Welcome everyone to our council meeting today, Thursday the 7th of December at County Hall in the Chamber in Usk. I'd like to welcome fellow councillors, officers and staff to the full council meeting here today. A special welcome to our new Chief of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer, James Williams. Thank you. And I see online that we have... do we have Marianne online? I think, I hope she's online. No? Is Marianne? No? Is she joining us?
I believe she's trying to connect, Chair.
Right, okay. I'll give her a special welcome when she's arrived. I would like to remind councillors that to keep their that are online to keep their cameras on at the time and to use the hand up facility to chat, in the chat to speak. I would also like to remind everyone to turn their mobile devices to silent. Item 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies? No? Are we all here?
Chair, Councillor Stevens, I take resident hospital.
Thank you, Councillor Easton. Item 2, declarations of interest. None. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pavia.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just in terms of item 6, I'm an associate consultant at Practice Solutions that holds the contract for the ADSS Cymru membership, business unit membership, and obviously all statutory directors and heads of service are members of ADSS Cymru. And in terms of item 8, again, as associate consultant at Practice Solutions, which undertook the review work for My Day, My Life. But I was obviously not part of that project team or engaged with the project team in any way. But I'll obviously fill in the appropriate declaration form. Thanks, Chair. Thank you,
Councillor Pavia. Item 3, the Chair's announcements are as read. Item 4, if I can have somebody confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 26th of October 2023. Thank you, Councillor John. And item 5 is the relocation of the pupil referral service in South Monmouthshire. And I invite Councillor Martin Grocott to introduce that.
Thank you, Chair. You've got the report before you, colleagues. I think it explains difficulties. I'd just like to put a bit of context to the report before it's open to discussion. I think that our pupil referral service is under more pressure today than it has been at any time since its creation. And I think that the main reason for that is the after effects of the pandemic. Let's remember that the pupil referral service has several parts to it. One of those is the provision of education other than at school for youngsters who, for whatever reason, cannot face school. I suppose those are psychological reasons for not being able to. The group I suppose we most generally think of as being in a PRU service are those youngsters who have been permanently excluded from school. And again, there we see the numbers increasing rapidly. And these are not evil children. Let me make that clear. These are youngsters who have emotional and mental health difficulties in their lives. As a council, we are pledged to try to give every child the best possible start in life. And we are duty bound to support these young people while acknowledging that because of their wider difficulties, it might well be virtually impossible for them to survive and be effectively educated in a mainstream setting. So the numbers have grown considerably as this school year has gone on. We have reached a point where the service is stretched to beyond its capabilities, and that the present provision in the south of the county is primarily from an office block, if I could call it that, in the middle of Chepstow, with no play facilities, no specialist teaching facilities. And how does that square with giving the best possible start to life? So the report sets out the requirement in order to establish facilities that will meet the needs of this client group, whatever the reason why they're being looked after by the pupil referral team, to give them the start and the support that they deserve. And in order to proceed with that, this council, because it's capital borrowing, needs to give its consent. We can find from within resources £500,000. We are looking to council to support judicious borrowing of up to £75,000, so that we can repay from the resources of the pupil referral service over 30 years. Over that period of time, I won't say it wouldn't be noticed, but it will not impact on the quality or the provision of the service. And it is a way in which we can meet our duties to those young people who need that pupil referral service. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We have the author of the report, Dr. Morwenna Wagstaff, with us, as well as Will McLean, the Chief Officer. So I'm sure that between us, we will be able to answer any questions that you might have about this service. But I think that we owe it to these youngsters to help them get over the difficulties they've faced early on in their lives. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. We'll go through the list as per questions then. So, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Grocott. It was with long overdue anticipation that I read the proposal to relocate the pupil referral service from its current location in Hanbury House in Chepstow in favour of the staff houses at the former Mountain House school site. The last 20 years of my teaching career was in pupil referral services and education other than at school. A few of those years in Monmouthshire. So I understand the nature of this service and, frankly, the disservice that is often done to children and their families by poor quality buildings and the locations that are by necessity used. Believe me, I've done my time in drafty village halls, back rooms in libraries and leisure centres. And I have to say that the staff I've worked with, without exception, are dedicated to the task of providing appropriate and individual education and seeking to advantage these challenging, complex and often lively young people who, for many and complex reasons, school is no longer an option. I do fear the effects of COVID are likely to have exacerbated the situation of many young people who are hanging on to their education in school before it, but have been exposed to further adverse childhood experiences through COVID. ACEs are stressful events often occurring in childhood, including domestic violence, parental abandonment, a parent with a mental health condition, abusing drugs or alcohol, the death of a parent or caregiver, amongst others. And ACEs have been shown to have lifelong impact on health and behaviour, and the risk is particularly high if a child has 4 or more ACEs, with a life expectancy shown to be shortened by 20 years. I do fear there will be a tsunami of need in the long tail of COVID, and Councillor Grocott said much the same. And I strongly believe we should be sticking to our principles of providing the best possible education to all our young people. I thank Morwenna Wagstaff for this report, which seems very thorough, but now, more than ever, we need to put our pupil referral service in a better position than it is currently. I do, however, have some real concerns about this report, which has been brought before us for approval today. I do not believe it has been through proper scrutiny or proper consultation. And in light of the fact that this is a £1.2 million capital investment, with £700,000 of that to be funded via prudential borrowing over a 30-year period to be met from the PRS budget, I feel very uncomfortable about supporting it at this time. This needs to go through proper scrutiny and consultation before it is brought back before full council, and therefore I cannot support it at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would certainly support the comments that were made by Councillor Butler. Obviously, the PRU work unit work is vital for pupils who have been excluded. The Mountain House site is in my ward, and when the old school closed down, and subsequently I have emailed the Chief Officers of Education and Social Care and Estates asking to be kept updated about the proposals for this site. The reason for that is because myself as a local ward councillor and also the community council on occasions get requests from local residents to know exactly what was going on. And the first time I knew about this proposal was when it landed on the council agenda. I think it's important, it's an important service, but I also think it's important to scrutinise this and ask further questions on it. I don't know, for example, what is going to happen to the rest of the old mountain school site, which is the basis of a school, and how a PR unit being set up in the staff houses will impact this. And I also would question about how the outer space area is actually going to be used, because my understanding is that the school itself had a gym, and it also had an area where there were sort of practical skills that could be taught. I can't remember whether it was things like renovating bicycles or car mechanics or basically practical skills. And even at that time, when the Old Mountain House School was going on, parents said how excluded pupils from Chepstow had benefited very much, particularly from these practical skill areas. So I'm not clear from this report how the rest of the site is going to be used, because it just says will provide dedicated teaching and learning spaces for pupils along with specialist art, science and life skill areas. There will be areas for outside learning and therapeutic support and intervention. So I'm not exactly sure what buildings are going to actually be used and whether they're going to be utilised properly like they were when the Old Mountain School was in existence. And I'm also not clear what's going to happen in the north of the county. So there's quite a lot of questions that still remain to be answered. And if this report had gone through the proper process, which would be people scrutiny, followed by Cabinet, followed by Council, then we wouldn't be in this position of debating this and asking questions at Council. I don't know, for example, why the the numbers of excluded pupils have increased so much, and what efforts the schools themselves are making. So there's quite a lot of unanswered questions, and I don't think it's fair to actually bring a report like this without it having been scrutinised. It may well be that after it's been scrutinised, it still is supported, but there needs to be that opportunity, and there needs to be looking at the costing of things. In terms of Hanbury House, which is located in Chepstow, one of the reasons why this site is supposed to be better is because they can abscond and then they don't know where they are and possibly have to contact the police. Well, what I want to know is that if this site is being used, what security measures will there be on the site? I mean, will the gates be locked so that the pupils can't abscond? So there's quite a lot of questions that remain unanswered, which would have been answered if there'd been a proper scrutiny session on this particular aspect. And I think, we've got to be careful to ensure that this isn't a knee-jerk reaction because of the fact that the number of excluded pupils has increased, more than normal over a short period of time. So because of this, I do support very much the PRU work, and I very much support. I very much supported the council having a special school, which unfortunately was closed. And Councillor Peter Strong knows full well how I tried to resist that happening. And if that had been kept open, about 75, if you'd put building money into that, you could have had a new school with about 75% of the capital coming from Welsh Government. And so the amount of loan that you would have wouldn't be that great. And yet at the moment, you're paying quite a lot for out-of-county provision as well as transport. The out-of-county provision at that time was about 64,000 per pupil, and transport costs on top, whereas there could have been a special school there and perhaps looking at a PR unit at the same time. So, in hindsight, was that the best decision? I appreciate it was the decision of the previous administration, but it wasn't one that I particularly supported. But thank you for that, and I agree with Councillor Butler that it should have gone through the proper channels, which is basically people scrutiny and Cabinet then here, and then local people would have also, if they wanted to make any comments. And how are you going to inform the local community about exactly what's going on? Because this report, published a week, and then you make a decision on it. It's not the way a council should be run. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor John?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief because I think that's all my voice might sustain. Sorry, I'm recovering from the common cold, or man flu, as some people might call it. As a former Cabinet member for Education, I'm familiar with the work of the Pupil Referral Unit and have huge admiration and pride in the work that staff do and the support that they provide to pupils who've experienced, in many cases, adverse childhood experiences and very difficult personal experiences which are not of their choosing. So I absolutely associate myself with the comments that the Cabinet member made at the start. I absolutely appreciate we have a responsibility to support vulnerable children, and we agree with the administration that we want to provide the very best facilities and support that we can. But there is an important principle that we want to flag up today, which is, as colleagues have said, members here have been blindsided by these proposals. They haven't gone through proper scrutiny. We're being asked to commit to £1.2 million of capital expenditure, including 30 years' worth of borrowing, and considering the impact that will have on future administrations and on the finances of our residents, to address a fairly recent phenomenon, the 50% increase in fixed-term exclusions since September. So we're not opposed at all to the proposal, and we want the administration to bring back these proposals, but let's go through the proper channels. We can't just spend taxpayers' money willy-nilly. We need to take these decisions through the proper channels. They need to go through formal scrutiny processes so that they can be scrutinised by members, they can be discussed in detail, and then we come here and we make an informed decision. That's how we run a council properly, and we are frustrated that we repeatedly seem to have reports presented to us or decisions made that haven't gone through the proper channels. So we appeal to the administration. Let's take this through scrutiny, and then we can make decisions in the proper way. That's how we should run a council here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Howarth, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I did see Councillor Watts' hand up before mine, but he seems to have taken it down. So I will continue unless he'd like to step in or not.
No, please go ahead, Simon. I'm sorry, I put it in the wrong function. I didn't put it in the chat function, so slap wrist for that. But by all means, carry on.
Thank you, Armand, and thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, members, and good afternoon to our new monitoring officer, and I wish you well, and hopefully we can keep hold of you for some time. I am going to go along with the comments being made about the document being brought to us at such a late stage. I do think it's very important that we do look at this document, reference to what the members have said. I'd just like to remind members that actually we did have a unit in the north of the county, and that'd be one thing I would like to just ask the cabinet member. We have one in the south of the county. Where are we in the north? Because to get from north to south, if you live rural, is quite awkward, and we can see why a lot of individuals would fall through the net because they won't want to go to the south. So the north of the county used to have a unit in Clydach, a very busy unit as well. That was closed down for whatever reasons, and it probably was financial, to move everything to the south. So I'd just like to let members know that actually we always had a unit in the north for its reasons. And that was run by, ironically, that was run by people who used to travel from the south up to the north as a team to deliver that service. I do believe that these individuals do and are entitled to some form of PRU. I think it's very important that they have that. Whatever reasons they are referred to it, I think we have a duty and a responsibility to individuals to at least get them to get involved in the PRU. So I will support the motion that it does come back to the scrutiny. And I would urge the leading group as well and the cabinet member to defer this decision as now to actually make a way forward, because I think it will be the right way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. One for Dr. Wagstaff, really, about, she's commented publicly about the exceptionally high number of permanent exclusions from within Monmouthshire County Council and Monmouthshire County Council's pupils attending schools in neighbouring counties. Could she break that down statistically, and could she give a reason for that? And my second question is not to remind the council of the former administration's keenness to basically close down Mountain House, and I'm glad that we're, this authority, in fact, I'm proud that we're trying to put some life back into it. But I guess I'm interested in, with the investment that we're looking to make, what that would look like. And as a cheeky part of my question is, if we ever get to the point where, and I'm sure Martin will tell me off about this later, if we ever get to the point of investing in a new, I'm absolutely sure that everybody in this room would like to see a new comprehensive for Chepstow School. Would we ever consider then moving the referral unit, this referral unit, then back then into to accommodate that as part of the new building? Is that a thought of the authority by any of the officers? I'll leave it there. Sorry, it's a bit of a cheeky last question, Chair. I do apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I think it's really important that reports are scrutinised appropriately. And when I look at this report, whilst I can see set out clearly some of the needs, some of the issues, some of the matters that we would wish to improve on. After all, of course, in the community and corporate plan, reducing or supporting young people to be in school is one of the key tenets of that, and ensuring that they have their full access to the educational curriculum is also really important. What I would note, though, that in the report I don't see any options appraisal. For example, I'm not clear if there were any other options considered, whether there were any other locations that were considered in reaching that conclusion. I'm not clear what the implications are for the pupil referral service budget with the borrowing that's at hand. And equally, I don't know what the costs are projected to be over a 30-year period. I recall a debate quite some time ago in this council where there was a discussion about what things would look like in the future and whether we were making the right decisions today for the future council, the future citizens of Monmouthshire. And I recall a councillor saying, well, actually, I won't be here to at that point, so it won't matter. But we all have a duty to think about what these decisions will mean for our council, our citizens, and of course, children into the future. And so for me to make an informed decision, I would like the information to be set out in an options appraisal. But most importantly, I would have liked that information to have been discussed in scrutiny prior to it reaching a final decision, because that would suggest to me that many actors would have had the opportunity to feed into any final decisions, including obviously the people that we're serving, the young people, in terms of what's important and what options are available. We're obviously in a very tight financial situation equally, and so from that point of view I would like to understand the implications for our wider budget, and I'm afraid I'm not able to draw those conclusions. I don't know if we're able to get any answers to all those questions from officers, but at the present time I'm finding it hard to draw an informed conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. There's a few questions there. Are you able to address those?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I'll start and I'll pass over to Morwenna for some of the more technical aspects as we go through. First, to the point around scrutiny. This is our council's kind of ultimate scrutiny committee. So this proposal coming here today for your consideration felt appropriate. We also felt that we needed to act with speed to allow us to bring forward a proposal that helps meet the needs for this very vulnerable group of learners as their needs are developing now. As Councillor Grocott set out in his introductory comments, we have seen almost exponential growth in aspects of the PRS's service delivery. It's not limited to those children who have been excluded from school, but we have seen huge growth in the number of children who are unable to attend school due to acute anxiety, and I guess the trauma that they've experienced through the pandemic period of time. That's the area which we're really trying hard to manage within the PRU service. In trying to hold the four parts of the PRS together, we recognised that we needed additional space. We needed additional space for both teaching and learning, but we needed additional space for professionals to be able to engage with those learners who are accessing education other than at school. We did look, to Councillor Taylor's point, for alternative sites. There was an extensive search with our property services colleagues, and every time we did that, it came back to this site being the most appropriate site. It gives us the ability to another councillor's point, fence off the site absolutely securely. All of our schools have secure lines. This school will be no different. It also provides the opportunity for youngsters to access that outside space. We know that there could be points of conflict and tension in PRS settings, and that ability to access that wider space is really important. So that was a key driver in how we considered that. The points around what was on the former Mountain House school site, The building has been designed to be providing the curriculum that we believe the children need as they progress through their lives. So some of the aspects that were on the old site won't be on the new site. So some of the vehicle kind of repair setting, that won't be there. But the building's being remodelled in such a way means they will have access to life skills, to the full range of science, and they will be able to access a full range of curriculum which is appropriate to their needs as they grow up in our care. To Councillor Howard's point, there is still provision in the north of the county. At the moment, that's met in Abergavenny. We've got a split provision, north and south. And to other councillors' comments, there is a long-term vision about what that could look like in the north of the county. And we will continue to develop that both with the service and the service users to make sure there is equity both in the north and the south of the county. I think I will pause there and I'll pass on to Morwenna, who will potentially, I think, talk a little bit around the design around special schools in Monmouthshire and why we've gone down the route that we have, and some of the reasons and the consequences that have led to the uptick in terms of the users and children that we're caring for in the PRS.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Just to pick up some of the points around our specialist provision in Monmouthshire. We have a model of specialist resource bases, SRBs, across our county. So we currently have them in Caldecott and Monmouth Comp for secondary. King Henry is going to have the new 3 to 19 SRB, so that's a new provision that's standing up. And we have in the primary...
Sorry, Morwenna, I think some at the back are finding it hard to hear you. Keep bringing the microphone.
Sorry, not used to this. So sorry, I was just explaining our specialist provision model in Monmouthshire, and we have our specialist provision across our SRB model, which is our specialist resource bases, which are co-located in our mainstream schools as units. So we have one in Monmouth Comp, we have one in Caldecott Comp. There is one being built into the new 3 to 19 school, although some pupils are already in the primary phase of that, which was on the former Derry View. And we have them in Pembroke and in Overmonnow. I was going to forget one. So that's our model of specialist provision, and we work very closely with that to kind of offer an equitable provision for children with the most complex sort of needs across our school communities. Ultimately, we want to, our approach to inclusion is to keep as many children as possible in their local communities and, where possible, in their local schools. The work and the investment that's gone in there over a number of years has meant that we actually have retained more children in Monmouthshire than are going out of county, and that's a real positive for us, but it does require a very high level of ongoing kind of work and input there. And I think just referring to, that's what we're keen to do with our PRU children is give them a kind of a sense of permanency and a secure purpose, appropriate base to be based in when they are receiving PRU provision. And currently, Hanbury House isn't fit for purpose ultimately. So, those sort of explorations, conversations have been going on for a long time about possible alternatives, and kind of this is where we've ended up really. So we've brought it to you today. Anything else?
Thank you. I just thought I'd address the financial matters that were raised by Councillor Taylor in particular. So the £47,000 a year, which is the indicative capital costs for this investment, in terms of the total cost, it will simply be that over the 30 years. However, that investment, in terms of if we were to have to place in an out-of-county independent setting for a Year 7 child, that would probably be nearly half. That cost could well be in the range of £75,000 to £80,000 a year for one pupil. So we're providing a setting here which will be able to provide up to 15 or 16 children in the setting, which will mitigate those costs away because we'll have the appropriate provision to meet their needs. So as an investment, I think it represents exactly that as an investment. Against the £54–55 million of our ISB, and the PRS is funded within our ISB construct, that feels like an entirely an immaterial investment against that total investment that we make to our children and young people across the county.
Councillor Grocott, please.
I raised my hand just so I could sum up, really, Chair. So if Councillor John wants to make comment.
I was just going to raise a point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Under 27.27.6, which says that if a vote is held and the result is within 2, we then have to repeat the vote as a recorded vote. Well, given that 2 groups have already expressed some concerns about the report, totaling 22 members, it seems to suggest we may be voting twice. So should we just have a recorded vote, please?
Thank you, Councillor John. We'll reflect on that.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'm saddened by many of the things that have been said this afternoon. At the heart of some of the major contributions has been agreement with my opening comments that we really owe it to the young children who are being looked after by this service to provide for them in a way which isn't really an insult to their intelligence and to their ability to grow up as potentially far more positive members of society. You have mentioned scrutiny. There is no suggestion here that we in any way change staffing, change curriculum, change philosophy. This is simply a report asking your consent as a county council to borrow some capital money. No more, no less than that. We've tried to answer all your questions, but that is what we have come to ask for. And as Will McLean has said, the best form of scrutiny is this county council. The arguments have been set out, and the bottom line is that we have a service full and over full. We have young people who we, by our decisions, risk not serving to the best of our ability. I ask you to look at your consciences and say, is that what we want as a county council? The alternative is to accept the recommendation of this report, to give consent for the borrowing to enable us to move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. I'm just going to bring Chief Exec in with regards to Councillor John's point.
First up, it's a pleasure to have a proper point of order. It scores. If you want to avoid the double vote, which I concur, I think, with Councillor John's reading of the chamber, it's likely we would need 9 to show for a recorded vote, because that's how we would have to enact a change in our constitution. So if we have 9 showing, then we will move to a 1 vote and it will be a recorded vote. And I think we have those 9.
Okay, members. Councillor Bond. Councillor Bond.
Agreeing to the report.
Thank you. Councillor Brocklesby.
Agree to the report.
Councillor Bromfield.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against, due to lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Bryn.
I'd like it to go to scrutiny.
Councillor Buckler.
Against, due to lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Birch.
Approve.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Callard.
For the report.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason.
Support the report.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Fuchs.
For.
Councillor Garrett.
For.
Councillor Garrick.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth. Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor Jones, David Jones.
Against.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Against due to the lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Keir.
Against due to the lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Lane.
Against due to lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Lucas.
Against due to the lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against due to lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against due to lack of scrutiny.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Rook.
For.
Councillor Sandals.
For.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
For.
Councillor Peter Strong.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
And Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you.
The report has been carried 23 votes to 21. Thank you. We move to item number 6, the Annual Director's Report for Social Care, Safeguarding and Health. I'd like to bring Chief Officer Jane Rogers in for that one. Thank you. Jane?
Chair, can I just clarify that result? I thought we didn't have any members missing. And
we have one, Maria Councillor Stevens is missing.
But the result was 23-21.
Councillor Neil is not here.
We've got 2 members. Okay, apologies.
Sorry. Jane? Yep.
Good afternoon, councillors. It's Jane Rogers, Chief Officer for Social Care and Health Directorate. I'm here to introduce the Annual Director's Report. I'm very pleased to bring this report to Council this afternoon. It's my second report of this nature, having come into the post of Chief Officer in October 2021, so just over 2 years now. Preparing and publishing an annual report is, of the Statutory Director of Social Services is a requirement under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act. And the report covers the period from April 22 to March 23. But in some instances during the narrative and the data sets, I haven't stuck rigidly to this time frame, as obviously things move on quite quickly, particularly from an operational point of view. I decided to use the SWAY format again this year, so I hope that people got on okay with that. Feedback around the SWAY format is generally positive, and it can make for a slightly more interactive read for what's quite a long report. So I hope, as I say, people did find it okay. And also because the report needs to be accessible to a wide audience, including elected members, regulators, the workforce, and of course the people who receive our services. There's no set format for how the report should be presented, but there's talk that this will change for the next year. I think Welsh government are intending to bring in a specific format that we will all have to write to. The purpose of the report is to evaluate progress against key priority areas and set out how services meet the requirements under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act. However, I also find writing the report provides an opportunity for me as Chief Officer to step back and consider and reflect on the operating context that we find ourselves in and the associated risks, opportunities and challenges that brings. These opportunities and challenges inform some of our current key priorities and the actions which we want to take. And some of these are discussed in the various sections of the report and are also summarised in the final section. Throughout the report, I've tried to keep a focus on how our services affect people, specifically those who have care and support needs. The content is deliberately descriptive at times, as I often hear it said that exactly what we do in social care and how it all works can be a bit impenetrable. So as I went along, I tried to expose some of those sort of processes and inner workings just to help people make sort of sense of some of the data that I was then describing. I've also tried to be honest in the self-evaluation using a range of methods, both qualitative and quantitative, and where possible, triangulating that against external sources. So I referenced Care Inspectorate Wales reports, inspection reports, and where I can feedback directly from people. So just before I go on to say a little about the content of the report, I wanted firstly just to put on record really my thanks to the people who've contributed to the report. I'm extremely grateful for the support and contributions from the various teams and service areas within the Social Care and Health Directorate. But it's more than just bringing a report together. It's in fact, without the work that they do day in and day out within the service, I'd basically have nothing to report on. So in many ways, the report, as I write it, is a real opportunity to both honour and thank the social care workforce and health workforce who remain some of the most dedicated, compassionate and caring people imaginable. Moving on to some of the content, most of you will be aware of the acute and deep-rooted challenges across health and social care. With ever-increasing demand and further tightening of available resources, there certainly are no easy solutions, and it's pretty much every day within the media there's something that's there about social care and health. Nevertheless, maintaining good quality, forward-looking services for people who need care and support remains our firm ambition. Specifically about children's services, and most of you will be aware, Diane Chorister is our head of children's services. She's been in service just coming up 2 years, but had a vast knowledge, like I did actually, of children's services. So she's really adapted to that leadership role. Children's Services is unwavering in its core purpose to support children to live safely and happily within their families and communities, and to build the skills and resilience they need to achieve their full potential. The report sets out how, despite some relentless demand pressures within children's services, we have remained focused on developing preventative family support services at every stage and have shown some good outcomes for families in terms of reducing risk to children and promoting family resilience. We are still expanding family support, turning now to establishing support for children who are ready to leave care and making sure that the family support is available for them to do so safely. This makes the best use of available grant money and is in line with our ambition to safely reduce the numbers of children in care. As a result of some of our endeavours around family support, the numbers of children on the Child Protection Register and children who are looked after have remained stable. The numbers you will see have slightly increased. However, that is because this year we welcomed 10 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children into our services, and had to quickly adapt to make sure that our services and placements were suitable for them. That represented a significant increase of working with unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and in fact, to date, that number has now increased to 17. So it will be an ongoing priority area for us. The overarching challenge within children's services remains, however, how we address the insufficiency of placement options for children who do need to be looked after. To this end, we continue to implement our in-house fostering strategy and have taken steps to increase our residential provision as well. And these two areas remain our top priority over the coming year. Turning to adult services, most of you as well hopefully will now have met or had contact with Jenny Jenkins, who has been in place coming up to a year. She joined us in January this year. More than ever before, the sustainability of adult services has been seriously called into question. The context is one of increased demand in this post-pandemic environment and because of our ageing demographic. And that demand includes services for people with increasingly complex needs. The demand is outstripping our capacity to meet them and is exerting considerable pressure on our financial resources. In light of this, the report sets out some of the key ways we are trying to address these issues, including how we assess and provide services using a consistent framework and practice lens, through reprioritising enable and re-ablement approaches, and by working to both expand care provision within the county at the same time as getting the best value for money. All of this requires a step-by-step, often person-by-person approach with a careful balance of risk and consequences, and takes both time and dedicated resource in what is already a highly pressurised operating environment. There are some positives to report, though, and it is pleasing to see over the year a decrease in the length of time that people are waiting for care at home. Some positive developments in the numbers of micro-carers working within the county, closer alignment between hospital discharge and community teams, and some excellent CIW inspection reports for direct care services. The development of wellbeing networks remain a joint priority within our integrated services partnership, and it is critical that we don't lose sight of the important role of preventative and community-based approaches which are aimed at supporting people to live well and independently for as long as possible. Priority actions for this year will include reviewing the arrangements for the provision of information and advice, including the link with community-based support, implementation of outcomes from learning disability support services reviews, and further development of strategic locality-based commissioning. So in conclusion, the report covers a lot of ground, and at times, speaking personally, it can feel a little overwhelming at times given the extent of some of the issues and challenges we face. In summation, though, my overall evaluation of the service is not unhopeful, and there is a lot to draw on. My optimism springs foremost from our good integrated service base, the strengths we find in our partnership arrangements, and the commitment and expertise of the workforce. Despite the challenges, there remains a resourcefulness and a determination within the service to support the health and well-being of people in Monmouthshire in the best way possible. So thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed reading the report, and I'm happy to open up to questions.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you for presenting that report. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane, for your report. It's good when you say that on reflection, because your report is very reflective, and it's also evident that it's a good way of looking towards the future and how the service can evolve and meet the demands. There are there are lots of points that we can make, but I promise not to make too many. The factors that are causing the pressures for adult services, and you've mentioned that we have an ageing demographic in Monmouthshire. So what measures can you particularly implement to mitigate these pressures and to prevent things escalating? I read an extremely interesting article about a Somerset GP practice that has put in place an AI project which has flagged up people that are vulnerable and has cut hospital admissions by a quarter. You know, there are lots of interesting things, and I'm just wondering what your view on that is. Recruitment difficulties of staff and retention of staff in a challenging role, which is obviously, you know, the heart of the services that we provide, and what measures you're putting in place to try and lessen this cycle. One last thing, regarding the elimination of profit agenda, that seems to be creating uncertainty for Monmouthshire Council, and your drive to recruit more foster carers. Are you looking at rates paid to foster carers? I know Monmouthshire is seen as more affluent, but it would perhaps be more appealing to more people if better remunerated and still far more cost-effective than other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler, for those questions. So the factors, yes, I do talk about the ageing demographic in terms of feeding some of the demand pressures, and there are numerous ways that we try to intervene and support people to live well into their old age, and this starts with those sort of community-based support, really, in terms of tackling loneliness and isolation, making sure that people feel connected. I'm really interested in the Somerset project, and I was listening to it on Radio 4 the other day, and it did put me very much in mind of the work that we're doing within our integrated partnership and jointly with Public Health through the Regional Partnership Board, where we're getting a lot more finely tuned population data through our NCNs, working with the GPs, so that we really can start to isolate not just those people who are the most vulnerable, but those people who are the most vulnerable and not already being seen by services. And there's things that we can do to reach out to those groups. We are looking particularly within the Integrated Services Partnership at how we can work more proactively with people who are at risk of falling, both in terms of trying to prevent falling and how we then go in after a fall to prevent a secondary fall. We're looking at a lot of sort of digital technology at the moment, maybe how where we know people are vulnerable or isolated or living without sort of good networks, how we can use digital technology to really enable their independence. And I think right the way through the service, we've got a real sort of philosophy around, you know, reablement first wherever we can, and that's reablement for people whatever stage of, you know, the journey they're on. Really, there's ways to maximise independence. One of the things that we've been doing just over the last year is really trying to get in earlier when we're talking about hospital discharge. So trying to, you know, use even an enablement approach within the ward, so that when people are coming out, their ability to be independent isn't sort of degraded by the fact that they've had very long stays in hospital where possible. So sort of almost at lots of levels, we really take that preventative approach, you know, right through the service. And the question around recruitment difficulties, what we've found over the year is that we've got some real, you know, generally our recruitment is stable, but that we've got some real specific challenging areas, particularly in mental health practitioners, within child protection practitioners, and the challenge within the direct care is the turnover. So we have those sort of constant drives to sort of recruit people into direct care roles. We've, you know, we do some pretty sophisticated campaigns. We work on a regional basis and jointly with health where we can to encourage people into social care and health roles. When we do get people, we try to put a lot around support and career progression. We support a Grow Your Own scheme in terms of allowing people to move from support work posts into more qualified posts. And we work to really attract students in, to offer placements that often will then result in students coming on to work with us as qualified practitioners. So a whole range of steps that we take to both recruit and then retain our valuable resource, isn't it, our workforce. And finally, the question around our context currently around the policy direction for eradicating profit from social care, and whether we could use our offer to foster carers to increase and encourage more foster carers to come and foster for us. And yes, our offer to our in-house foster carers is always under review. We would like, if we could, to uplift, the money that they receive. I think it would help. But alongside of that is our offer. We have a lot of things that we offer to our in-house foster carers. It doesn't compensate or make up for some of the lower level of fees that they get compared to our foster carers working through private agencies. But nevertheless, it's really significant. We offer really good supervision and support, really good training. They're never without a placement if they don't want one. There's therapeutic support and parenting support that we put in sort of all the way around, wrapped around our carers. So yes, it would be ideal if we could, jointly with Foster Wales, really look at the fee structure for in-house care across Wales and certainly within Monmouthshire. And it's something that we keep under review and keep our ears open to see where there may be opportunities.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Jane, thank you for your report. It's really interesting. And as previously said, it is a very kind of reflective report. And I guess it allows all of us as well to look at things that we're particularly interested in and be reflective. I've tried to look at some statistics really to ask you some not too clever questions really in relation to, and you knew that I was probably going to ask a bit specifically about dementia care. And I come across a report the stats are really old, so please forgive me, but it said across Wales that Wales had 37,000 people suffering from dementia. And that report that I picked up it was published in 2011. So I would imagine since then, that number, the demographics have changed, and my ward, the demographics have changed. And on a personal basis, both my parents contracted dementia, and sadly one is deceased. I am now finding myself a carer when I'm not being a county councillor. It's a hell of a task at the best of times. But my question is there's a number of schemes, and there are a number of if you look across Wales into England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, examples of good practice, people doing things differently, reaching out to people who can continue to live in the community with dementia for many, many years and have a reasonable quality of life without necessarily relying on their children for support and without being a burden really to the taxpayer. What are we doing to find better ways of working? What are we doing to look at better practice? A separate question about foster care. On the back, I thought the question prior was a very good question about, I guess, the overall demographic setup and Monmouthshire being a wealthy area. I think that's fair to say that we are relatively wealthy, say, compared to, say, arguably other areas across Wales. But do we suffer then still from a draw of people going into Bristol or using foster care agencies in Bristol into England? And are our rates in line with the British Association for Foster Carers and Adopters? Do we know what those figures are, and are we financially in line with those? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Jane, do you want to take these as they come, or yeah?
Thank you, Councillor Watts. I think you're absolutely right that people suffering from dementia is on the increase across Wales and certainly within our county. And I know that we have our dementia board under the regional partnership arrangements, which does attract a certain amount of ring-fenced regional partnership money. And I think, you know, aside from the individual case-by-case work we try to do to support people with dementia to live independently and support to their carers, it's through that regional partnership board where some of the more innovative practices are being looked at. And like I said before with Councillor Buckler, there's certainly, you know, opening up around sort of digital technology that can support people with dementia to live independently, and a range of other features that, you know, ROT and elder mental health practitioners will be much more knowledgeable about than I. But I know that, you know, there's a range of sort of digital and practice-based and service-based solutions that are in place through the Regional Partnership Board that specifically works with dementia care. And I just think we're becoming more knowledgeable about how to support, generally support people with dementia, although it's still a very devastating diagnosis. The question about foster care and whether we're aligned, I don't know about the British Association rates, but we're certainly aligned to the Welsh Government rates that are set annually and are in line with, so therefore, with other local authorities in Wales. There are all slightly different rates, but we're all at a minimum aligned with the Welsh fees and allowance framework. And I think the fact that we're sometimes perceived as a more affluent county, I think certainly from a point of view of demographics, I think that does impact on our ability to attract in-house carers within the county. Partly that, I mean, it's difficult to really know exactly, but we've felt that the cost of housing within Monmouthshire can be detrimental to encouraging foster carers to come and foster for us, your Monmouthshire residents to become foster carers. Often, you know, if you're looking for a second income, perhaps as a foster carer, the foster carer fees don't make it possible because you need to earn more to live in Monmouthshire. And it's just the relationship perhaps that some of our residents have with the council. There are carers in Monmouthshire that they just don't care for the council. There are independent foster carers living and working in Monmouthshire. We just would like to attract more to be an in-house Monmouthshire carer. So yeah, a number of challenges around that.
Hey, as a separate, I don't want to hog it, but I'd like to know really, so we talked about specifically care earlier on about unaccompanied asylum seekers, and I know from previous experience when we had unaccompanied asylum seekers many years ago, I have to kind of pay compliment to Monmouthshire. You know, the response to them was magnificent. They dealt with it superbly and fended off some really quite negative media coverage at the time about, you know, the age of these children. But it was the financial resources that we had to put into that, and then the delay on them receiving remuneration effectively from national government. Are we still, you know, are we financially resilient enough to cope with you know, obviously a sudden influx of unaccompanied asylum seekers or situations similar to that?
For every unaccompanied asylum seeker child, young person that we work with, we do get a grant for from the Welsh Government, and that enables us to provide you know, good placements and support for those young people. The majority of unaccompanied asylum seeking young people that we work with are aged 16 and 17-year-old. We have a small number who are younger than that and require foster placements. But by and large, yes, we have the sufficient funds via those grants allocated on a sort of child, young person basis so that we're able to meet their needs.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Penny-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jane, for another comprehensive report. Really interesting. Regarding the emphasis on community-based approaches, could you tell me what part, if any, the Monmouthshire project, previously the Raglan project, plays in the care operation? Is it still ongoing? You know, the listening to people and giving ownership to the carers for their day-to-day working skills was a progressive way forward. I wondered if it was still on board.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jones. Yes, that's sort of morphed into looking at how we work with care providers in a more block contract, sort of block commission way, so that there's flexibility across how, you know, particular hours are used, so that people can have that flexibility and use, you know, it's on an individual basis, but also on that sort of wider basis. We buy a number of hours, and then that's sort of more between then the agency and the end user as how those hours are worked through, so there is maximum flexibility. And we try and, of course, use that approach more widely within our in-house provision as well. So it's something we're still interested in and still working on. I think it's got a bit thrown off with COVID and with the sort of delays and so forth around waiting times. But yeah, still something that we use as an underlying principle. Yeah.
Can I just add to that, please, quickly? And what about the salary part of it? Are the care workers salaried, or is that no longer part of it?
Sorry, yeah. From the one of the contracts that we've got, yeah, it allows carers to be on a fixed salary. Yeah.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Powell, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for that wonderful comprehensive report. It covers a lot of subjects and a great deal. The one thing that a friend of mine is a carer. She's an excellent person, and she's looking after people. It's more long-term, not just come out of hospital. And some of them she has looked after for several years. But she always says she feels a bit like the poor relation. And she feels that if carers like herself were given a better remuneration, then you'd encourage more people to take up the job. I know it's a job that only suits certain people, and you have to have a certain character to be able to give that care, continuously. But I don't know whether you think that would help at all, because we do need more people like that. Because so many of us in my age group would rather stay in their own homes and be cared there than going to an old people's home. So I don't know what the situation is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Sorry, yes. Did you mean unpaid carers getting some sort of remuneration? I'm sorry if I missed the beginning of the question.
No, it was just what she said, that they don't get a great deal of money for the job they do, and she felt that if people had a better remuneration for the work they do, you might manage to recruit more people to care for these people, to care for the elderly people in their own homes.
Apologies. Yes, I mean, an increased wage is always going to be an incentive to come and work in direct care, but like you say, there's also that sort of vocational calling for people as well. But in an ideal world, people who care would be paid a good wage. I mean, we're in the sort of territory of real living wage, and in Wales, and I know that that's just been recently sort of looked at again. But you're always then ending up competing with other sort of similar lines of work that fall within that same sort of income bracket. So yeah, I think the more people get paid, it does give a good incentive to come and do the job. But there is so much more besides that, like you say, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Garrett, please.
Right. Thank you, Jane, for the report. And I know there's two paragraphs that really stand out for me. On page 47 of our packet, you refer to the social care workforce and you know, who carry the weight of all the work that you do. And on page 50 of our packet, you refer to the sickness and retention issues. So I just had a question about how we could address those in terms of retention and sickness. So for example, in the public sector where I work, we've got a particular type of employee assistance programme which is available for staff, it's confidential, provides access to counselling and services, and whether we have anything like that, that staff can access, or whether there's other councils that we could join together with and share that kind of resource. And obviously there will be a cost to that, but I don't know, as a new council, I'm not sure what we have in place to do that. When staff do leave, are we carrying out exit interviews to see what the reasons are why they're leaving? And obviously there's cost to this because we're losing skills and training costs that staff may have undertaken while they've joined us. So are we looking at whether if somebody attains a professional qualification, for example, which is paid for by the council, that we have a kind of a golden handcuff type arrangement where they have to stay for a certain period of time once they've got that qualification funded by the council, so we don't lose that experience and care. And you know, what are we doing in terms of, you know, preventing staff absences? Is there support we can bring in place before? Because obviously when people are off, it creates more stress on the workforce turning up. So what are we doing in terms of prevention of you know, what can we do to adjust people's workloads or whatever to do that? So it was just around, you know, retention of staff. What can we do better? What do we know about the reasons, and what can we do to try and reduce it? And in terms of sickness rates as well, you know, have we got services there that staff can go to confidentially if there's, say, mental health issues that they don't want to talk about their manager to, but they could go to somebody confidential outside? Okay, thanks.
Thank you for those questions. Yeah, social care workforce is under huge pressure, really, and we've got a range of schemes in place. We've got the general access to counselling that's provided by the council, which is a general scheme. So that's available for people. And we also have our sort of specific social care one. So we've got some trained Connect 5 practitioners which are there to provide sort of that advice and that go-to person for people who are specifically within social care, because there are, you know, like you say, specific pressures for that particular workforce. And we link with health as well around their Mellow services, which is, again, provides, it's actually online sort of advice, support for people within social care and health who are feeling those sort of pressures. And we, you know, it's a massive service, but we work in sort of teams which are relatively small. We've got sort of good leadership structures within those teams through senior pracs and team managers, and all of our practitioners have the opportunity for one-to-one support that's professional development, but also that opportunity to sort of adjust and take into account personal circumstances or just general feelings of you know, well-being. And of course, you know, there's a limit to how much you can reduce everybody's workforce, but I think most teams operate from like a really team approach, where, you know, we do take care of individuals within that. When people leave, we do have a system in place for exit interviews and sort of you know, routinely sort of collate. I know, speaking from children's services, that, you know, we look weekly, or they look weekly at sort of workforce well-being, where the pressures are really felt. If there's any individual who's particularly struggling, or a team that's particularly struggling, we look to see where we can sort of make some adjustments or put in support. And I know that that's replicated within adult teams as well. It's just that their structure is quite different. We look at the whole lot in children's services. So yeah, we really do sort of feel that keeping in touch and knowing what's going on in our workforce is so important, and little things can make a difference. And I know just Diane's coming in a minute, but they're preparing for their Christmas sort of lunch and breakfast tomorrow, and it's just sometimes it's that little bit just to really directly thank the workforce that sometimes can keep people going, and also that feeling of, you know, doing a good job and a worthwhile job, and we recognise that, routinely with people. In terms of the, when people do obtain professional qualifications via the council, there is a period where we expect them to continue work for us, or there's a sort of payback. It's not long, and we do think it's not a long period that they're sort of tied to us, but we do feel like it's a sort of Wales offer as well. So, I mean, we benefit from people who've received training elsewhere, and, of course, other local authorities the same. We do like to keep things in Wales, though, and, of course, different system in England. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Jane, I'm afraid it is something similar on recruitment and retention. Last year, I did raise the concerns about the emergency duty team, which are people obviously employed by Caerphilly, but cover the whole of our area as well. And I just wanted, because I'm aware that there are some quite acute staffing problems within that team at the moment, I just wondered, because of the seasonal, the time of year, whether you can give us reassurance that the needs of Monmouthshire residents will be covered over the Christmas period. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Yes, you're right to say that the EDT, the emergency duty team, is provided on a regional basis through Caerphilly, and that there are occasions when they struggle to get the right amount of staff in place or find it hard to recruit. And I know in the past that we've tried to, as a region, we've all tried to sort of support by identifying potential opportunities for staff to go and experience working with within EDT, or even on a sort of sessional basis. It certainly hasn't bubbled up to me over the last weeks that there is a problem or anticipated problem covering the service during the Christmas period. There is an additional pressure on EDT services over the Christmas period, just because of the extended time where we're not working in normal hours. And I will make some inquiries, Councillor Riley, as to whether they're anticipating a worse than normal experience this year. It certainly hasn't bubbled up to me at this point. That's not to say that it just hasn't reached my desk yet. So I will make some inquiries. I've worked for Monmouthshire. I don't like to say now, it's probably getting on 17, 18 years in social services, one way or the other. And each Christmas, we do manage to get through. And of course, some of our teams are out working all the time during that whole period anyway, both within children's services and adults. So I've not yet encountered a Christmas where we haven't managed to cover our requirements. But like I said, Councillor Riley, I will make some double checks into that situation for this year.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Pavia.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jane, for a comprehensive report. Just to go back to the eliminating profit agenda, excuse me, you highlight the challenge around placement sufficiency for children that need to be looked after, and those are complex needs. And I think you highlight in the report there's a significant risk to the council moving forward. Obviously, rebalancing care provision away from the independent market to in-house and other not-for-profit vehicles takes time, but obviously there's some hard deadlines coming up in the next couple of years. Over this last year, how much progress has not just the authority made, but across the region, at the Gwent region, how much progress has collectively the local authorities made across the region? Because obviously the region and regional approaches to some of this is going to be really, really important as much as a local approach. And how are independent providers adjusting to the change and adjusting to the sort of the realities coming? I'm particularly interested in terms of the independent fostering agencies. How are they looking? How are they adapting? And what is their sort of behaviour patterns been like? Be interested to know. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right that you know, changing from one way of having securing placements for children to a different way really does take time. We're fortunate within the region in that Caerphilly and Newport already had the infrastructure established for in-house residential services, particularly. And they have been able to more quickly than we have step up some additional provisions. We've used the money through the RPB to set up one regional resource, which is a specialist provision for particularly complex children with trauma presentation. And we've done that jointly with the 5 local authorities and with health. We've stepped up to provisions within Monmouthshire, and we have this year we'll really see the coming forward of some of those more concrete sort of progress. This year, as in 23, 24. And the following year after that, that should see some real sort of progress within our own plans. And that so regionally, Torfaen, Blaen y Gwent, they're in the same sort of more similar position to us in terms of at that early stage of developing some in-house provision. In terms of independent providers, I mean, there's just so much uncertainty still around the eliminating profit agenda. So people are still very uncertain in terms of the definition of profit, the ways or opportunities in which they might adapt. So we're not seeing a lot of movement in that direction, but we are seeing increased tension within the relationship between people seeking placements and those, or people with placements with independent providers. The relationship and the landscape is getting quite uncertain, quite fragmented. So, working to some of those hard time frames is going to be absolutely essential for us. But like I say, you'll see some, hopefully council will be seeing some firm plans coming into place over the next 6 to 12 months. At the same time, of course, we're locked into our safe reduction and into our fostering strategy as well. So I hope that gives a sense of it, Councillor Pavia. We're drawing heavily on both the Eliminate money and the RIF capital money that's available through the RPB to make sure that our plans are viable. And yeah, we're just all moving forward really, but with a degree of uncertainty and with what I would describe as sort of not seeing a lot of not-for-profit providers stepping into the market yet.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Councillor Thomas Davis.
Thank you, Chair. A quick question, if I may, and it relates to the progress being made with regards to delivering the More Than Just Words campaign, which is the Welsh Government's strategic framework for strengthening Welsh language provision, in the health and social care setting. That strategy, as you may know, recognises that for many vulnerable residents, particularly young children, and some of our elderly residents, accessing health and social care services through your mother tongue, in this case the Welsh language, can indeed make a positive difference both to resident experience but also to the health and well-being outcomes from that service. I note on page 86 of the report that there's a significant amount of amber and red recorded against the RAG rating for the Health and Social Care Welsh Language Action Plan. Perhaps you could say a few words to reassure this council that we continue to make good progress towards implementing and fulfilling our duties under that strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, and you're absolutely right, especially for elderly people. Sometimes they may have spent their adult lives, sort of operating mainly in English, but then as they become older, especially those suffering from dementia, reversion to their mother tongue is not uncommon. And I know we've had one recent example where that has been the case. Unfortunately, we did have a direct carer in to enable that lady to speak in Welsh and be cared for in Welsh. I think, you know, we do suffer from not sufficient Welsh language speakers within the service. Saying that, though, we are confident in our ability to offer, when requested, services to be delivered in Welsh, particularly assessments and so forth. But I would say that we've got a way to go. You know, we've got a service under pressure at the moment, although we do try and make sure that people do have the opportunity to go and improve their language skills where possible. I know I've tried myself a couple of times, but just have not been able to sort of release, you know, time from my own diary, but it's certainly a priority in my own mind, and I know that that can affect, you know, many other people within the service. But we do have a commitment to it, and if people are wanting and willing to go and improve those language skills, we'll make sure that, you know, that they're able to do that, so that we do get that sort of increase of Welsh language speakers. And we've got a good sense of where the Welsh language speakers are and what level they are. We make sure that that's reviewed and updated. So yeah, way to go, but it is very much, you know, part of our service development plans.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane, for a very comprehensive report. I've just one small, fairly specific question, really, relates to the funding for stair lifts. I didn't notice in the report. Perhaps you can help me. I understand that the DFG programme is still suspended. And has any money or is any funding likely to be found for stair lifts? I know I have one particular resident who's struggling with this and really wants that stair lift, and I know there are 61 others. So if there's any news on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Yes, our DFG budget was exhausted probably, time runs on, probably a month or a couple of months ago now. So we were making representations to use some different sources of money, and I know that there was some success in that. We were certainly able to put some money into enabling hospital discharges where there were outstanding sort of adaptations or things needed. And we'd also approached the regional partnership board to see whether we could use some of the capital money that sat within that. And I know I'm pretty confident that we then were able to access some more money. But I will double check where we are, what's been released, or whether we're still pending that application.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just really wanted to come in here really just to express my appreciation for Jane's report. It's a very comprehensive report. It's very honest. It's very reflective, as people have said, and it's clear in there of Jane's desire to improve our services in this very challenging times that we face ourselves in, with increased demand for our services, increased cost pressures, and looking at ways of working where we can deliver the care that we want to be able to deliver with the constraints that we have. So I just wanted to say that, and really just on behalf of the elected members, I feel, if I can be so presumptive, just to echo Jane's appreciation for the social care workforce, who we know do tremendous work, and is said in all hours, and you know there is no time when we're not having to respond, and I think that workforce, and by that I'm also including our in-house foster carers, are just doing a tremendous piece of work that's for the benefit of our residents that we just could not do without them. So I just want to echo those thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. I think there's no more comments or questions here. So, can I ask if there's anyone, any dissent from the councillors for this report to speak now? Otherwise, we'll accept the report as it is. I see lots of nods there, so okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. Sorry, Jane?
Thank you, Chair. And just I want to express my thanks to elected members for their engagement with the report and the questions that have been asked, and for Councillor Chandler's expression of thanks to the work, to the workforce. It's really appreciated, and I know the workforce really value it when elected members engage. And I will absolutely convey Councillor Chandler's thanks to them who haven't heard it as well, and from the rest of the elected members. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. I think we'll just take a short break now. I'll thank the officers for coming along here today. If we could convene back here at 10:02.
The Caldecott Castle's looking particularly spooky there, Town.
Yes,
It
looking
is.
good. It is looking good.
But to begin with, Tony, I couldn't work out whether it was your front room because all I could see was this mood lighting.
Oh, right. I see. Yeah.
Interesting decoration, I thought.
Yeah. I got a green one, a blue one, and a funny looking one. But this is the best one. Of course, it's red. It's red. There we are. How are we today with this lot? I anticipated that thing with Mountain House. We had a big problem with it previously.
Tony, we can be heard, so I think we should stop talking.
Oh, sorry. Right, sorry. I didn't. Yeah. I didn't realize we were still done. All right. Not all right. I'm gonna make up coffee.
My kids are all piling in from school, absolutely soaking wet.
Thank you, councillors. We'll convene the meeting. I would like to say a warm welcome to Councillor Mary-Ann Brocklesby. Lovely to see you there on the screen online. And we all, I'm sure, join in wishing you a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Right, on to item 7, which is the Safeguarding Evaluation Report. And I'd invite Councillor Chandra to introduce that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, councillors, I'm pleased to present this Safeguarding Evaluation Report. The report provides elected members with an annual update regarding safeguarding activity across the council and evaluates the council's current position within key aspects of safeguarding. Safeguarding of vulnerable individuals from harm caused by abuse or neglect or exploitation is one of the key statutory responsibilities of the council. By virtue of their age, children under the age of 18 are deemed vulnerable. For an adult, though, vulnerability is less easy to define, but as a starting point, we apply it to people who are eligible for care and support. And the council's safeguarding duties in this report falls to both of these groups of people. Presenting this annual report to council allows us to provide assurance to members as to the effectiveness of safeguarding activity that is in place across the county, as well as providing an honest assessment as to where improvement or further development is needed. Prior to coming into council, members will note that the evaluation report was presented to a scrutiny committee on the 14th of November, where, as well as raising questions about some of the details and data, the committee made suggestions on how the evaluation process might be developed in future years. Now, this annual report is developed by the members of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group, at which every directorate in the council is represented. The purpose of this group is to provide senior oversight and leadership in respect of the council's safeguarding activity and to build collective knowledge around safeguarding matters as they present themselves within Monmouthshire County Council. So, this report is based on activity and information from April 2022 to March 2023, and it provides an evaluation of the 5 cornerstones of safeguarding with a self-assessed score, and that score which is agreed by the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group using the corporate scoring framework that you're probably all familiar with. The cornerstones: good governance, safe services, a safe workforce, preventative approaches, and robust protection. They've provided a framework for safeguarding in Monmouthshire County Council over the past 7 years. And the tabled scores from previous years are shown, illustrating the council's safeguarding journey over recent times. And then this year, the self-assessed ratings are the same as last year's, with good governance rated at 5, that being a major strength, and the others rated as 4, which means important strengths, but with some areas for improvement. And I will take you briefly through each of those domains or cornerstones in turn. So good governance is about ensuring that everyone within the council understands safeguarding as part of their core responsibility and knows what to do if they have a concern. Within this domain, leadership and whole authority connection to safeguarding remains strong and consistent. Further action will be taken to use safeguarding core data to inform the work of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group. With regards to ensuring a safe workforce, we have been working over the past year to align Monmouthshire's safeguarding training with the new national framework, and also to implement the training management system, Thinky, to support safeguarding training. There is more to be done over the next year to ensure that Thinky is embedded within all directorates. Strengths are in evidence regarding our partnership approaches to prevention, the third cornerstone, particularly with regard to the identification and response to child exploitation. However, there is pressure across preventative services and evidence to suggest that populations and communities within Monmouthshire continue to be affected by a range of issues that impact on their safety and well-being. Over the next year, we will continue to support work to address exploitation through promoting increased understanding and awareness of modern-day slavery, and through participating in the National Referral Mechanism pilot for victims of trafficking. With regards to ensure safeguarding concerns are responded to appropriately within the domain of robust protection, the demand for services remains high, creating pressure within safeguarding teams. Nevertheless, some key strengths are noted in respect of the work of the Safeguarding Hub and the improving picture in adult safeguarding around completion of inquiries and quality or duties to report. We will continue to provide oversight and monitoring in respect of statutory processes to ensure that people are safeguarded and protected. Finally, in respect to ensuring safe services, a key strength in the joint working between commissioning and safeguarding, as well as with the licensing and public protection. Over the next year, the Safeguarding Unit will be working within directorates to facilitate the next round of directorate safeguarding self-assessments and corresponding action plans. We would ask members to recognise that safeguarding remains a continuous endeavour, with always more that can be done, and where risks can never be completely mitigated. However, this annual report helps to keep safeguarding at the forefront of people's awareness, holds the directorates to account, and sets out some priority safeguarding activity for the year. So my recommendation is that members endorse this safeguarding report and the proposed activity plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Thank you, Councillor Chandler. We have here the Chief Officer, Jane Rogers, and also Diane Chorister, Head of Children's Services. So I open the floor to questions now. Councillor Penny-Jones.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Diane and Councillor Chandler. Mine is about the, I'd like to know the reasons behind the significant drop of the child exploitation numbers. They reduced from 43 in 22 to 20 this year. Is this significant change as a result of awareness, early intervention, or a change in policy and procedure? Thanks.
In regards to that, I think the change came about because in that period of time we were dealing with very large groups of young people. So as safeguarding issues grow, so our understanding of exploitation at that time really increased. And what we found was in our area that we were having groups of 10, 15 young people all working together with people who were exploiting them for vapes or cigarettes or drugs, or they were being not trafficked, but transported to Newport or bigger areas. So what we were doing was looking at large groups of young people in order to be able to put in diversionary activity, but also to understand which children were at core risk and which children were at risk because they were sort of grouping and hanging around basically with a group. So we had a number of large groups that year. So it looks like a dramatic drop, but the activity is the same. It's just we are looking at smaller groups because we did those bigger groups in that year.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, the concept of self-assessment of safeguarding, by its very nature, has the potential of real risk. Self-assessment of safeguarding in the way that we are performing our statutory as well as other obligations. And overall, would it not be an improved way of avoiding the potential criticism of bias for marking our own homework by perhaps having a neighbouring authority work with us in engaging with us, and we might mutually do the same thing in terms of oversight of our internal self-assessment. The second question, if I may, it would seem a very natural thing to want to include the voice of the service users, the residents, and that didn't seem to come through at all in the report. It would be very good to see that being developed, and I'd appreciate your thoughts on that. And just finally, on pages 25 to 26, are you aware of any links between young adults leaving the care system and older adults' homelessness, if there's any link at all? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neil. Regarding the first part of your question, I think you're right in the sense that if you're doing a self-assessment, there is it has that feeling of marking your own homework. But what I would say in relation to that is that Monmouthshire is part of the regional safeguarding board arrangements. So there are lots of other ways that we check and balance our performance in safeguarding that's over and above, interlinked with, but not directly connected to this particular self-assessment. So some of the SAFE formats, the ways that we carry out individual direct assessments to our SAFEs, for example, we get that pro forma to complete that's sent to us by the safeguarding board, and then we return our self-assessment on that, and then it is critically appraised through the partnership that is the regional safeguarding board. So we all have to sort of submit our information, submit our self-assessment, submit some of our data, and our next round of us doing that is in February 2024. So it is that opportunity to take what essentially is our self-assessment into a much wider arena where there is a sort of level of peer criticism and challenge. And of course, we've also got our CIW who come in, and, you know, safeguarding is always absolutely at the focus of what they're inspecting us on. So I do take your point, and I think it would be really interesting to see where there are other authorities across Wales who do this annual report on safeguarding, because it's not a statutory document, and it's something that Monmouthshire have just chosen to do over the last number of years. So it would be very interesting to see how other local authorities do it, and whether that does provide an opportunity for a peer assessment of this sort. So it's a really interesting question. I know you raised this, Councillor Neil, at scrutiny, and I think you're absolutely right that this evaluation report would benefit from some contribution direct from service users. There are ways that we can do that, certainly from our child protection, but also our adult protection processes. There probably would be quite nice ways of bringing in user voices, both negative and positive. And I think we've definitely taken that on board as a really good constructive piece of feedback for next time. And in terms of the links between care leavers and old adults, I mean, there's certainly, from a research perspective, there is a known link between the risk of long-term homelessness or older homelessness at some point in your life and having had a care experience background. In terms of the direct correlation within Monmouthshire, I don't know the exact numbers or details, but I know from our work with housing that, just anecdotally, we've known individuals who've become homeless who have had a care experience background. I mean, of course, within our work within children's services particularly, we work with young people up until the age of 20-24 from a care experience background to really try and get them set up. But we know that, over years, over a lifetime, then that's there's a higher correlation within homelessness groups that have had a care experience background, so something for us to be very aware of.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Eason?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a very good report. Safeguarding is important. We're all corporate parents, and we see in the press regular comments in press reports of safeguarding issues which slip through the net which does concern me. However good the report may be, are we robust? Are we robust enough to follow the report in terms of outside agencies, schools, police, and ourselves, or can we fall into a silo of small groups having safeguarding issues and not really sharing them across the board? Have we really got the ability, or is the ability there to prevent what we see in the press about quite a number of safeguarding issues which have slipped through the net? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eason. I mean, one of the things that we make really clear within our safeguarding work is that you're never completely risk-free in the work of safeguarding, and no matter what mechanisms and steps and processes and practices that you put in place, there is always the risk that you don't know what is out there in the communities. Nevertheless, through the work of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group, which I hope this sort of annual report illustrates, we feel that within the Council, we've got really excellent reach right across the directorates, and also beyond the council in terms of the work that we do with our partners and the work we do with commissioned services. We feel that, as you know, as we've got robust mechanisms in place that do address the sort of underlying issue that you're raising there, and of course regionally through the Safeguarding Board, as I've already mentioned. And we can evidence that in certain things like the number of different types of groups and roles and organisations that access safeguarding training. We have referrals on both adults and children that come from a very wide range of referral sources, both from health, from education, from police, from voluntary sector, and from communities and from people themselves, which really indicates that that sort of level one awareness raising and recognising and responding to signs and symptoms is well embedded within the community that is Monmouthshire. And, you know, to some extent, you know, we've got direct examples in terms of like somebody goes on a safeguarding training and next minute we get sort of 5 referrals from a particular nursery. You know, it's sort of, we have those connections and links all over the county. And I think that's been testimony from the, you know, the safeguarding journey that we've been on over the last 12 years. It really does feel that Monmouthshire is, you know, a county where safeguarding really matters through and through.
One concern that I've got, I think a lot of public is the use of vapes these days. There's a report going through Welsh Government where there's an attempt to try and ban them or restrict them for the use of youngsters. It seems to me that areas like that need more monitoring, particularly in schools. How we do it, I don't know, but how we prevent youngsters fall into the trap of, when they've got into a system of vaping, how do they eventually pay for them? How do they get themselves into criminality to get them? That's just one area which does concern me. It's an evolving situation. It could get worse. Thank you.
Can I just respond to that, please? Just in terms that, in regards to vaping, which is the current hot topic, if you like, as you say, evolving topic with regards to young people, we, through the Monmouthshire Exploitation Group, which is obviously across directorates, but we're doing a piece of work which is looking at how prevalent vaping is. We're working with our exploitation leads and with the police in regards to exploitation, and we are connected up to do a piece of work with education in terms of where young people are vaping, when that's becoming an issue. So we've got a better understanding within Monmouthshire of what that means for our young people across the county. So that piece of work is ongoing.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Lisa. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Diane. What would you say is the foremost danger you're coming across when looking at safeguarding vulnerable children in Monmouthshire? You mentioned Newport as being a particular problem. You know, what is being flagged up in Newport, and what is affecting the sort of link between Newport and Monmouthshire? And you're working closely with the police, which I know we've covered in scrutiny, it would be very helpful for the council to understand more about the indicators for vulnerable children and older younger people in Monmouthshire. And do Monmouthshire's foster carers find there are problems with children in their care being taken advantage of in particular? And leading on from that, foster children leaving the care system and the care of the council, are you satisfied with the level of support to guard against them being vulnerable to exploitation? Thank you.
I probably am going to lose the thread on the question, so please pull me back. In terms of issues, Monmouthshire has the problem in terms of exploitation of being on the M4 corridor. So Newport is our nearest big city, so that's where people tend to graduate. But what we're aware of is that people, particularly when the bridge is an easy access, that there's all sorts of areas that young people can be at risk from exploitation, particularly even from London, people coming down and as far down as Swansea. So we've got very good links with, that's why we have very good links with the police. In terms of exploitation, probably sexual exploitation continues to be our biggest concern with young people, but it's very difficult to understand where young people who are at risk of exploitation because they're vulnerable are at risk of all exploitation. So it isn't particularly one area that we're concerned with, because you don't usually find one young person being sexually exploited. You will find other forms of exploitation, and people who are at forms of criminal exploitation quite often are being exploited by other. So we need to have those relationships with the police and our other multi-agency colleagues. In terms of the report reflects the work we do with MACE, which is a multi-agency forum, which is at a strategic level with the police, which identifies health, police, education, children's services, which identify locations, particular offenders, groups of children. So actually we can be more strategic in how we utilise resources and place resources around our county in order to address some of those issues, particularly where we see groups of young people. Exploitation is one of those areas we are aware that our looked after population are vulnerable to, because they're vulnerable by the nature of them being looked after. We work strongly with foster carers. Exploitation is something about the training, but also that's the role and responsibility not just of foster carers. It's our responsibility to make sure they're trained appropriately, but also they're supported appropriately to understand the needs of the young people and to be able to work with them, but also to be able to report to us, because exploitation is quite often nuanced, and exploitation is still viewed in some areas as a rite of passage for young people, and what's wrong with it, and this is what we all used to do. And I think that's something we work really hard with the police, and particularly within the licensing arena, and that's where within the Monmouthshire Exploitation Group, it's really good to have all the directorates in there to look specifically about exploitation. In regards to our young people leaving care, what we are now establishing is what we would call a 14+ direction. So when we're 14+, we're really targeting young people as they move out of care. What we're not doing is saying you're on your end journey, but what we're trying to do is really say, what are these young people vulnerable to? How do we make sure that they are going to have the appropriate support that prepares them now for another 4 years out of the service, so we can make them more resilient. We can work with families, parents and make connections for them. We can increase support networks in the community. We can prepare them to leave care appropriately so that they will be supported. We continue to build on our support for young people in order to prepare them for leaving care, to reduce that vulnerability.
I just want to say, Diane, thank you. You answered them all. You did well.
I think there was one that I was just going to come in on, and that was the request, I think, around making sure that members have the opportunity for safeguarding training. And I think that's something that, well, there is a course for members, and we will just make sure that it's put on again.
Thank you, Jane and Diane. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Not liking to confuse, really, but there we are. Thank you, Diane, and thank you, Jane, again. Hope this is going to be a relatively quick question. It's relating to the safeguarding unit Gwent Police, which I can see is being tendered at the moment. Is there any update on that, please? And what is the purpose of the hub? Is it a physical unit? Thank you.
Yes, it is a physical unit. It sits in E-Block. It's a multi-agency because we find it's much easier to have those conversations that you need to have in safeguarding directly. We have police officers who sits in that unit. We have our front, what we would call our front door, our early help and assessment team sits in that. But we've also got representatives of YOS, Youth Offending Services, adult safeguarding sits in that hub. It is a physical thing. The purpose of it is that we can get information much quicker, much directly. And as I said, quite often a lot of things around safeguarding are nuanced. And so it's really important that we have that opportunity to have those conversations. So it is a physical thing. In terms of the what's the word I'm looking for? The tendering out for. That continues at this moment. There is some talk regionally about how hubs will look in the future, particularly around budgets and other parts of the region looking to share resources. In Monmouthshire, we're less keen. But we're not averse to those conversations, because what we want to do is make sure that we are meeting the needs of our young people appropriately and sharing that information. So I think that tendering process is a bit sort of at that moment where we're going, well, what is our future going to look like? But the purpose of it was to make sure that the hubs which were newly formed right across Gwent were all working consistently and appropriately, and that resources were well used and getting good outcomes for children.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for Jane and Diane for a very interesting report. I think it's probably to our creditors and authority, and also extremely important that this kind of self-assessment is carried out, and as a whole council review. And I know this was put in place under a previous administration, so credit for that. With regards to the MARAC numbers, I noticed that Monmouthshire's figures for people referred for the the high-risk domestic abuse cases were lower in Monmouthshire than the other authorities. Now, I would like to think that that is down to the efforts of things like White Ribbon Day in protecting victims and isolating perpetrators, but I suspect it may be down to perhaps the reluctance of rural women to come forward and ask for help, perhaps having more to lose. And I wonder whether you feel that it's hard to know whether services are reaching everybody who needs them, but whether we've got the threshold for MARAC right. And I know there has been concern about those who don't quite reach that threshold, and whether we have adequate support in place for them.
in regards to MARAC and high-risk cases and why our numbers are low, I think there is a mixture of reasons. I think you're right. I think we are, and I know this is generalisation, but we are in Monmouthshire a bit more, have a wealthier population, more to lose. And what we find with women is there's quite often you have more to lose the more you have. We have less deprivation than some of the bigger areas, and there is a genuine link between deprivation, trauma, previous childhood ACEs, all of those things, and all of those contributory factors like homelessness and sofa surfing, poor employment, lower incomes, benefit dependent, and the domestic abuse we understand. So you're quite right that in Monmouthshire there's potentially hidden abuse, domestic abuse that we don't see and doesn't come to light. In regards to that, we do a lot of training in regards to the whole of the staff with Valdoress V training, and to make sure that actually people understand in all of our areas that if you see something, you have to say something, and that ask and act, though we don't hear the words very often, that's well embedded, that people have got the courage to ask, not just women, but men, vulnerable people, should they need assistance and help. I think the issues around service provision for domestic abuse are quite challenging, and what we've seen is government funding for a number of agencies has been pulled over the last few years, which meant then in Monmouthshire we became quite small in numbers in terms of support, though Women's Aid will continue. What we've done within children's services is to build domestic support work. So those are the people working with the families, not just about children, but we've got a small team that are working and work with our child protection coordinator in order to ensure that the right families that we are notified about are in the MARAC process, and that we're able to do those high risk assessments and be able to get appropriate support from the police and other agencies to work with those families and protect them. So we are quite confident that the right people are in there, but I take on board what you're saying about in Monmouthshire there's very likely to be hidden domestic abuse that we are not aware of.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you. Mine's a follow-up question from a previous question. In terms of vaping, I've noticed that in the South Monmouthshire area there is a local shop that has opened specifically solely dealing with vaping and the vaping experience, which will obviously encourage more vapor users. And I just wondered what action the council could take in terms of safeguarding health and well-being, and possibly other council departments such as trading standards, licensing, planning and so forth, and wondered if there was any action that the council could take in relation to this. Thank you.
I was just going to say, in regards to that, this is why we have the Monmouthshire Exploitation Group, where trading standards and their leadership sit on, because it's important that we're able to target. I don't know the premises that you're talking about, but we would. And trading standards and public health would always be interested if you had a concern about a particular establishment to hear from you.
I think that's probably all we can say at this point, Councillor Brown. You know, we have our trading standards with public protection, close link with safeguarding, and they have powers to take specific actions if there is illegal activity, you know, at those venues such as sort of underage sales and so forth.
Sorry, thank you, James. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a brief question. So adolescence is a time of social and self-exploration. And for some young people, extreme groups and worldviews can be appealing. They may begin to be genuinely curious about the world and lead them to progress down the road of radicalism and conduct, I guess, kind of their interests through social media or the computer. And I say this is on the back of, I think there's been some evidence, certainly from COVID, that self-isolation has grown through that period. And obviously with the political narrative, you know, there's not a day that goes by where we don't hear about some what I would consider, and I mentioned this the other day, some historically issue that was always kind of very radical that we laughed off, you know, whether the narrative about, you know, it's the extreme dimensions about the conversations about immigration or religion. No one can have a normal conversation anymore without being outraged. So my concern would be, you know, generally across Monmouthshire for our young people about radicalisation. Now, I do have some understanding about the limited resources that the police have, and also then, you know, our schools have. What do you do to prevent and to mitigate against radicalisation of our young people? What agencies do you work with, and can you give us some examples?
Our main part of the council that work with those with radicalisation and young people, the children and young people, because that comes quite often through schools. In terms of children's services, we work with young people through the national referral mechanism. If we think, and we've got we've got agencies within the wider Gwent and South Wales areas that we would refer to in terms of radicalisation. In terms of young people, we don't see a huge amount of radicalisation, so we would be talking about 1 or 2 children that would come to our attention. I'm sure within education they see more young people, but we are far more likely to see young people with right-wing tendencies than to see them to see targeted young people. We've got our UASC young people now in Monmouthshire. We are not seeing many hate crimes or difficulties for those young people within Monmouthshire. So there are, I can't think of the name of the Prevent panel that the Chief Exec of Education sits upon. So that's always very active. But I will say we don't see a huge amount of radicalisation in Monmouthshire.
We do ensure that our social workers and practitioners are trained to recognise it within families, though. So it is one of those things that sort of is included within general safeguarding training, and there's been opportunities for specific training as well to make sure that people have that awareness of the dangers of radicalisation and the signs and symptoms. I think, Councillor Watts, that sort of sense of people being isolated over COVID, I think that's absolutely right. And the other area where we know there's a strong correlation is with some ND neurodiverse presentations. There's a higher correlation of that risk of radicalisation, and that's something that our Children with Disabilities team is aware of, and through the work that's done at a regional level around autism as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Pavia?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Diane and Jane, for the report. Sometimes safeguarding means protecting individuals from themselves when they lack the capacity to make rational and informed decisions. Now, deprivation of liberty safeguards is an important legal process. It's not really covered in the report. But at the start of this year, Care Inspectorate Wales published its 2021-22 annual review. And the data in that report shows that there was a considerable increase in requests, particularly urgent requests in relation to mental capacity. I don't know, are you able to help unpack that data and understand what the reasonings behind those significant increase in requests were, whether that trend data is continued within this reporting period, 2002-3, and to try and understand, because there was a high number of urgent applications that was made over the 28-day period to assess. So are you able to, I appreciate that it's not really covered in the report, but it is an important aspect of our work. Are you able to unpack that data now, or if not, if you're struggling, then I'm more than happy to take a separate response, separate written response, if that's helpful. Thanks, Jeff.
Just briefly what I could, and I'm happy to explore that for you in a written response, but in regards to children, there's an increasing demand that we start to consider behaviours that we might previously not really have considered as dolls' behaviour. Deprivation of safeguards, liberty. But now with young people who are demonstrating higher risk behaviour, like running away from placements, living on the streets, those at risk of running away and doing themselves significant self-harm, looking for issues of suicide. We still try to work with those young people very directly and intensively, and it would be a last resort, but we are seeing an increase of young people being subject to dolls, and therefore their liberty reduced significantly. Within adult services, I can't speak.
No, Councillor Paviano, we can give you. We will try and set that out in a written response. I mean, we know that it's a national issue, sort of delays in being able to complete capacity assessments and dolls, and that the ageing population does sort of play into that in terms of increase in dementia and so forth. But in terms of the details within Monmouthshire, I know we've got sort of some significant waiting times for dolls to be completed, so we will get that to you in a written response.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Councillor Pavia. I think, unless you want to come back, Councillor Chandler, for sum up.
I will just very briefly just thank members for engaging in this process again, because as I said in the introduction, this is a key responsibility of our councils looking at safeguarding. I would say, in response to the question about whether it should be self-assessment, I mean, I think, as Jane Rogers has said, it will be interesting to look at peer review, but I would say that I think self-assessment as a process can actually be more open and honest than an external review, which can sometimes be defensive, whereas a self-assessment can be more reflective. So I think there is a case for both. I don't think it's an either-or in this situation, so that's good. And just as following up on the training issue that we mentioned, the alignment of standards, so I have very recently signed off our new policy to align our training with the national standards, and that is likely to involve some refresher training for elected members, looking at the different levels of training. There are several different levels of training that are identified for different roles in the authority. So you'll be hearing more about that, really. And just finally, just to say that I think that safeguarding, that takes us all the way through. And part of that is working with our care experienced young people, and say some of us here have been involved in engagement events with care experienced young people to get their views, and we do get that user experience into our understanding of what's going on. And I think that's very important for us that we do that. And I think, just recognising some of those challenges that people had, and the question about homelessness. I mean, I do remember one of the care experienced people talking about, that one of the national drives for financial literacy training. And they were just saying that, when young people go away to college, university, they're all actually equally inept in actually managing their money, managing their washing, managing their laundry and all those other types of things. But care experienced people don't have a fallback position, a backup at home where they can just call mum and dad to bail them out or to give them instructions and stuff like that. So our responsibility as our officers have said, that taking them through to at least 24, that when they're 24 years old, I think is a really important part of our process. So I'm very pleased with what we do as an authority in this regard. So I commend this report and thank Diane and Jane for answering all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to a vote on this. Councillor McKenna, I see it's been noted that you've been absent in part of this conversation, so would ask you to refrain from voting on this issue. Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Could I just ask, why are we voting on this and not on the social services one? What is the difference? I thought we'd just recommend it. Accept it.
Yeah, I agree.
The earlier report was very much Jane's report as Chief Officer to the Council, so she was effectively, it was a lot more than a statement, but it was a very personal perception on the service, how it's offered and the priorities that come from it. So you were basically endorsing, I think, Jane's commentary for you. This safeguarding report is something much more than that. It's a core part of our corporate governance, and for those members that have been here for longer than one term, you'll remember why we've instituted this. So having a formal vote to accept this report is really quite important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. That's been clearly carried anyway. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to item 8 on the agenda, which is a call in for the developing the future of My Day, My Life bases. And I will ask Councillor Crook to introduce this as Chair of the People's Scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. May I, as Chair of the People Scrutiny Committee, provide you with some feedback to the presentation of the call into the Council with reference to the development, the future of the My Day, My Life basis. I will present this in 4 sections. So the first section is introduction. A special meeting of the Public Scrutiny Committee was held on the 1st of December 2023. Following a call-in request of the decision taken by the Cabinet on the 15th of November 2023. 2 written representations were received in advance of the meeting and a video submission was played at that meeting. Views of the call-in members for the second part. The grounds for the call-in were a lack of scrutiny and a lack of service user engagement. The call-in members highlighted their concerns around the consistency and the thoroughness of the consultation process, the evidence base for the decision and the suitability of the building proposed. Item 3, views of committee members. In terms of the committee's views, there were mixed feelings, some members raising their concerns around the accessibility and the suitability of the buildings, whilst other members were content with the plans and were keen for them to be processed as soon as possible. Item 4, the formal outcome. In terms of the outcome, it was a vote. 4 members agreed the decision should be accepted and 5 members agreed the decision should be referred to full council, the reasons being that members had reservations about the decision and concerns about the robustness of the consultation process carried out with the service users. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to bring this feedback to full council today.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Councillor Chandler, please. Councillor Chandler, I will remind you of 10 minutes. Yep.
So, councillors, I want to respond and start off by saying that actually I'm confident that what Cabinet agreed is a positive outcome for both adults with a learning disability as well as for other vulnerable adults in the North Monmouthshire area. But as there's been much misinformation flying around, I'd like to clarify some things and set out the case. First of all, we want everyone who has a learning disability to be able to live a rich and fulfilled life with as much independence as possible. But everybody is different, and that's why each adult with a learning disability in Monmouthshire is able to have an individual social work assessment of their strengths, needs and aspirations. And that assessment determines what support we provide to help them meet those needs and aspirations. And we have a number of different services to support them. There is no one-size-fits-all. It is an individual care and support plan for every person. And for some individuals, some of their care and support needs are met through the My Day, My Life service. Now, there are 56 people who are part of the My Day, My Life. 34 of these are in the south of the county, and we've commissioned Mencap Chepstow to deliver the service to them. There are 11 members in the central part of the county, and we've agreed a base for them in Monmouth. And in the north of the county, there are another 11 members who need a base in Abergavenny. Now, every person in My Day, My Life has their own individual weekly timetable of activities that they have co-produced with their families and support workers. And in the north of the county, these activities can include going to the leisure centre, taking part in the Growing Spaces project at Mardy Park, attending classes at Dance Blast at the Melville Centre, going to arts and crafts workshops, meeting up with friends, and much, much more. And this approach exemplifies our vision of council services working alongside the excellent and innovative local community support that is available in our county, which is what already happens in Chepstow and Monmouth and Abergavenny, as I've just described, and is the standard practice in other local authorities across Wales. And we're blessed in our county that we have so many talented people who believe strongly in the value of community action and community-based inclusive support. Now, there was an independent review of the My Day, My Life service that was conducted by Practice Solutions last year, as you know, in close consultation with service users and their families. It concluded that the service had drifted away from its original principles, and it gave us 10 recommendations for improving the service. We accepted their conclusions and all of the recommendations in full. On the 18th of July, People's Scrutiny Committee went through the review report and our response, which included our implementation plan and the specification for future bases for the service. And the Scrutiny Committee supported our proposals, and the plan was endorsed by Cabinet on the 26th of July. With that agreement, we proceeded with the implementation plan, and that included a second round of consultation with service users in the centre and north of the county to get their views on the shortlisted location for a base and what the base needs. And details of this consultation are in Appendix 3 of the Cabinet papers. We have engaged very heavily with users. And it is worth reminding ourselves that the bases are needed to support both people who use the service and the workforce, and therefore they need to fulfil a number of functions. The base will be somewhere that service users feel is theirs and theirs alone, and where users and staff can gather before going out to the community activities that users want to participate in, as well as being somewhere that they can go back to if those activities are cancelled or things don't otherwise work out. The base will also provide an opportunity for people to meet, hang out, have a drink and chat without needing to do anything specific. At other times, the base will be a suitable place to undertake a group activity or hold a meeting. This means that it should be a flexible space that enables a range of activities with minimum fuss. Some days the bases may have people in them, but other days they may not, depending on what people have planned for their day. Importantly though, My Day, My Life bases should support access to other activities and community events, and that the feel of the base should be inclusive and integrated with the wider community. And all of these things can be achieved through occupying at least one dedicated room with access to other rooms as needed. Now, we propose to open such a base for My Day, My Life in the Melville Centre, from where members will access a range of community activities in different venues across Abergavenny. My Day, My Life will have one dedicated room at the Melville Centre and be able to book other rooms and spaces there as needed. Some My Day, My Life users already take part in activities at the Melville Centre, but as we know, the building isn't sufficiently accessible. I'm therefore very pleased to announce to Council today that over £150,000 of capital funding has now been secured to make the Melville Centre a fully accessible community art space, including installing a disabled toilet with a changing bed facility. This funding has been secured to deliver benefits to all residents in the area, as well as meeting the needs of the My Day, My Life service users. This is very good news, so this is money that's not coming out of the social care budget. And while the accessibility improvements are being made, the service is also able to use the Wellbeing Hub in Abergavenny as an alternative venue. Now, we also recognise, so that's in terms of recommendation 1 for My Day, My Life. But we also recognise that there are a number of other adults with learning difficulties, neurodivergent conditions, mental health challenges and physical disabilities who would benefit from somewhere where they can meet and participate in meaningful activities. Their needs differ from those who are part of My Day, My Life, although there is an overlap. Like other councils, we work in partnership with third sector organisations, charities, community groups, etc., to maximise the care and support for our vulnerable residents. For the past 4 months, we have been supporting one such group who emerged from the Tudor Street campaign. We are helping them to develop so that they can meet their goals of supporting vulnerable adults. Their aspiration, their aspiration is to take on the running of the Tudor Street facility and transform it into the type of vibrant community-run centre that we see in Chepstow and Monmouth and Cwmbran and elsewhere around Wales. We're helping them with their business and funding plans and are proposing to defer any decisions about Tudor Street until April at the earliest in order to give them a chance to put in a proposal. In the meantime, we want to make the Wellbeing Hub in Abergavenny available to them so that they can develop their activities and demonstrate the need for their services to funders. This is the rationale behind recommendations 2, 3 and 4. And this group that came out of the Tudor Street campaign are happy with the proposals that I've put to Cabinet, and they were disappointed that the decision was called in. So in conclusion, I believe that our proposals will meet the specific needs of My Day, My Life members, as well as lay out a realistic pathway for establishing a sustainable service for other vulnerable adults in Tudor Street. So I urge members to support Cabinet's decision and enable the Council and the community group to move ahead without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Keir.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd like to start with an apology. In my presentation to the Place Scrutiny Call-in Committee meeting on the 1st of December, I unintentionally referred to the gathering group as amateurs when I meant to say volunteers as a comparison to My Day, My Life service run by full-time paid MCC officers. It's important when mistakes are made or inappropriate language used that matters are corrected. So to the group members watching now or on playback, I sincerely apologise and reiterate my views. I've been in previous contributions here in this chamber and at your protests, how much I've admired the vigour and professionalism of your campaign over the past 12 months or so, which, alongside other reasons, has convinced me the wrong conclusions have been reached by this administration. Chair, my childhood memories recall the TV character Dr. David Bannerman, known as the Credible Hulk, who used to use the phrase, "Please don't make me angry, because you wouldn't like me when I'm angry." Well, it's fair to say I'm angry. In this chamber, I've always aimed to be constructive in my comments, be open-minded. I tried to bring my lived life experiences, my healthcare business experience, and in sporting parlances, play the ball, not the player. But on the latter, where responsibilities lies, it's vital that decision makers are held to account on their actions and decisions. How we vote matters. We should not have the anonymity of this computer online voting system, but that's for another time. I'm angry with myself for not being able to persuade members and my joint ward member on the merits of reopening My Day, My Life at Tudor Street. I'm angry because the Cabinet member said after the close of the scrutiny meeting that he was disappointed that we, as the opposition, were politicising this matter and only voting along party lines. I think, Councillor Chandler, we simply just disagree with the process, your recommendations and the Cabinet decisions. If we as members don't like and respect being held to account, I wonder why we sit in this chamber. It goes with the job after all. I'm also angry because I and other members believe the evidence doesn't stack up and there remain unanswered questions with independent professional opinions rejected or ignored. So I first took note of this sorry saga as a piece of casework for my family, for a family of us constituents in May 22, who kept asking, when is Tudor Street going to reopen? I'll come back to that shortly. I signed the call-in notice because I sat, listened, read, watched the Cabinet members' words, the reasons for the decisions, and in my opinion reached the wrong conclusion based on the evidence we have seen that My Day, My Life should be based at the Melville Centre for the Arts and not at Tudor Street. I say that because whilst others have campaigned, in reality the die was cast with Councillor Thomas's single Cabinet member decision last year, which despite the "we got it wrong" apology from Council Leader, the reality was that the hidden plan had been exposed. And my conclusion is that this process has been about building a case for alternatives to My Day, My Life alongside the original objective of developing social affordable housing at Tudor Street. I've said before, decisions to benefit others should not be to the detriment of those who are most vulnerable, and neither should they be made to feel worse off. The Tudor Street group say they're battle-weary and drained by this process, which is over 12 months then. It was utterly, and I mean utterly heartbreaking to read the interview from Sarah from Tudor Street, saying how positive she was about her life and future, but the closure of her day service meant she doesn't feel hopeful anymore. The most vulnerable in our society and affected, and I have no doubt that if Councillor Brocklesby was to offer a free vote, the road to reopening Tudor Street as campaigned for would be unblocked. So sometimes going back to simplistic basics is best. This debate is about relocating My Day, My Life service. The campaigners and we, the opposition, say Tudor Street. The administration say the Melville Centre for Arts. I don't think we should be distracted by the separating discussions with the gathering group going on with their own innovative ideas to enhance Tudor Street. We should be embracing their ideas, working alongside My Day, My Life at Tudor Street and not splitting them off into separate buildings and encouraging them to go their own way. So let me say some pointers and concerns I have here. We know Tudor Street used to work well with My Day, My Life. The GO property is a pivotal report here in the process that leads to many more questions, and scrutiny of that paper was, in my opinion, thin if non-existent by the Cabinet. There is no formal written instruction letter, just verbal. How can that be right? Where is the ability to have a full audit trail? What reliance can be placed on this? On the scrutiny side, how do we know as members what exactly has been asked? Have GO actually answered what they were told verbally? If this is the norm, then it's a poor practice that must cease. Based on the preamble at the start of the document, if that is the verbal brief, then it's narrow. I'm glad I actually did visit Tudor Street yesterday because this report gave me no sense what the building is actually like. There are aspects I saw that are not included and should be. GO Property Consultancy don't mention the leaking report of the roof at the Melville in their report either, and the fact that as a listed building, the maintenance costs are going to be higher. How long will the funding require? Well, this has just been announced, and this has just fogged it even more. Where has this £150,000 just come from? Where has the scrutiny come from on that? We don't know any details. Why has this been attributed to Melville Street? Why hasn't it not been considered to Tudor Street? There are so many unknowns. The costings are ballpark, and they're substantially unknowns, given the limited inspections acknowledged about the site. There's no explanation for these costs, where they came from, how valid they are time-wise. Are they spons-based or a separate contracted quoted? This bears fundamental decisions are being made here, in my opinion, on too broad and too fogged an information base. The Cabinet member says the survey shows no preference for either site. Having reviewed those survey papers, evidence suggests that this is not the case. Some say they don't even know the Melville Centre, and some specifically say they wanted Tudor Street. So I hope Councillor Chandler will correct the record. The Cabinet member also says he wishes the campaigners to have the opportunity to realise their vision. Well, I just think this should be the County Council's administration opportunity to be visionary, and in essence, the Cabinet member has invited them to set up, deliver, manage and fund this service for a wide range of group of people. In banking, we call this a constructive decline. Say yes, but put in conditions that are so unachievable, in reality, it's a no. I'm sure in preparation for today, members will have watched the eloquent video from Professor David Abbott, But the final part is very disturbing, and I have great concerns here. Furthermore, the subsequent public accusations of distortion and fabrication by the Cabinet member about comments made at a meeting he wasn't there is equally disturbing. I'm sure Councillor Broxelby will wish to comment there. The extra annual costs are said to be around £23,000 per annum. That's one reason for not choosing Tudor Street. Ballpark, that's less than 50 pence per person in Monmouthshire on council tax. Is the administration really saying that the most vulnerable people in Monmouthshire aren't worth this 50p investment? Then we look at consultation for evidence of care and listening. Why are we not engaging properly with Professor David Abbott? Why has a meeting only now just been erased? Why has Dan Biddle's first offer to provide his professional opinions been rejected, giving his qualifications, and as a 7/7 provider, losing both legs and blind in one eye? It's fair to say he's better placed than all of us to advise on disabilities and suitability. My reference point has always been my constituent, and they sent me an email which they've asked me to read out, which is sent to Councillor Howells as well. It says this, if I can find it. Going forward to, this was set yesterday, tomorrow's meeting, we'd like to express our thoughts on My Day, My Life being situated in Tudor Street. Sean has been attending Tudor Street for many years prior to COVID. It gave Sean many friends, lots of activities to do, and lots of assurance, confidence in his surroundings, as it was one base. Since Tudor Street is closed, Sean's social life has regressed considerably, and we would love him to get back doing what he'd loved and enjoyed. The current situation for Sean is not providing enough socialisation with his peers, and therefore we would urge you to help open Tudor Street for the disabled and give them something more to look forward to again. Sean has had an awful year. He's lost both his parents, and I can't emphasise enough how much having Tudor Street open would help Sean going forward. His parents would be fighting for this now if they were here with us. I leave, Chair. I hope that as a joint ward member that you would support our constituents' opinions on this. I leave it there, Chairman. I think the wrong conclusions have been drawn from the evidence that we have all seen, and I urge members here to ask this decision to go back to full Cabinet and have a proper rethink, and particularly give a proper and full explanation to all of this council about where this money has come from. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, would you like me to answer about money?
You can sum up. Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Lucas.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this. I have now visited both sites with great, I had to force the visit to Tudor Street, which was disappointing in its own right, but now I understand why, having visited yesterday. I'm amazed at how much stuff, and I mean stuff, that's there. I could rehouse an awful lot of people's computer rooms with the equipment that's there. Let's have a garage sale, is what I say, to fund the extra. There's an iPad Apple Mac screen. There's a Magic screen. These things cost thousands, and they're just sat there. Printers, computers, there's even a stack of a complete set of Bond films. I'm there for that one, all right? The thing that I noticed the most, having visited both centres, is that Tudor Street has already the facilities to change the special changing room. There is a hoist there, there's the beds there, there's the loo there, everything is already there, and yet I'm told it's not to spec at current situation. Well, it can't take that much more, surely, to change that. Whereas in Melville, there is not that at all. And it's not just that, it's knocking down walls, the room won't be as big, and then we've got the forgotten bit that no one's talking about, the roof. I'm sorry, did I say the roof? I meant the huge roof. It's enormous. It has got clearly damp. not damp, water damage. And when I asked, I got told the lead's been stolen. Now, I'm no builder, but I'm not daft either. I've done quite a lot of bits and pieces around the shop, and it doesn't take anybody's imagination. If you're cleaning up, you clean up the worst and you work to the best. So if we go laying down a load of new tarmac and the path in Melville Street, which is planned at great expense, when the roof gets mended, which no one's talking about, by the way, when the roof gets mended and the scaffold goes up and the men run round in their dumper trucks, etc., what happens to that nice brand new tarmac, everybody? Exactly the same as where it is now. Is it me, or is that just wrong? So, and when these people get moved out for the development of the, to change the roof, which also isn't insulated clearly because the heat bill must be humongous. So when all this happens, where do those people go then? Oh, I don't know, perhaps it's back to Tudor Street. Wouldn't that be great? So why not use the money at Tudor Street? Put the two groups together as they originally were and let them be in Tudor Street. There is so much more in Tudor Street given the opportunity. And I can see Councillor Chandler there looking at me with almost horror in his face, love him, because he thinks I'm bonkers. But you've just stood at the lectern and said that they have their base and they have their routines, and if something changes, they can go back to their base. Well, they're only go, and then you added, sorry to say, but then you added that they can book other rooms. Well, I visited Melville Street and I got told, and Councillor Butler was there with me, that they were going to not use the first room on the right, which is a lovely Victorian building. It's an amazing building, and we do need to look after it. But that they're not going to use the next room because of the noise these people can make. And then I've read the report, and they talk about radiators. Well, the radiators in Melville are all on one system, and it was boiling hot in there. It was 4:30, 5 o'clock in the evening. It was I could have sat down, put my settee, lifted my slippers off and had a nice cup of tea and been there for the evening. It was that cosy in this great big room. The heating is on full blast. So I concurred when I went through, there must be a reason for this. I found the reason, the roof leaks. So the room that they're proposing to give to them, the third room down on the right, as you go through their altered door, right, has got a great big leak. And it's clear that it's got a great big leak. And the reason the heating's on full blast, because they keep all their costumes in there. And if they move all their costumes, they then need means to put their costumes somewhere safe, because they cost a fortune, which I get, by the way. But they don't want them to put them in the middle room. And then they showed us the cafe area, which is great, lovely. I get the idea to mix them, but these people might not want to mix. And then they've only got one room, which isn't that big, to then have their coffee area, accessible coffee area, which they won't get because they're going to be told there's a cafe over the side, and to intervene with all that, but they might not want to do that. But you've just said that's okay, they can all intervene. People don't want to do that. They have their own special needs. So when you go to Tudor Street, yes, I was amazed, there's lots of different rooms. But that's a good thing because they can have their own space. You've just said it yourself, that they can have their own space. And yes, I believe Tudor Street is the better place. Having listened to these people, having talked to them, that's what they want. Is it wrong that they should want that? No. Are we ashamed of ourselves? We should be. I struggle to understand why we're not doing a DIY SOS. I'm quite sure if we were, Tudor Street could be sorted with great ease. We need to ask for help. Let the people help themselves. Let them do a DIY SOS. When I attended a protest, they actually wanted to do that. Why are we not letting them? Why are we not helping them? £150,000. Great, let's use it. let people go where they want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor John, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start by thanking members of the People Committee for their deliberations last Friday and for referring this issue to us for discussion this afternoon. I'd also like to repeat our thanks to the campaigners for their continued efforts to fight to save Tudor Street, and I don't underestimate how exhausting it must be to continue to engage in this extended process. We continue, as colleagues have said, we continue to be unconvinced of the administration's proposal to close and possibly in due course revert to their original plans to dispose of Tudor Street. And for the My Day, My Life provision in the Abergavenny area to be based at the Melville Theatre, which I don't believe is appropriate. It's an arts centre. It's not a dedicated space for adults with learning disabilities. It's not sufficiently accessible or fit for purpose. So we continue to believe that Tudor Street should be reopened. Now, I think it's unclear what communication channels have been used for liaison and discussions between Abergavenny Town Council, the County Council and the Melville Theatre, because as I understand, users of the Melville Theatre have not been consulted on the implications of the My Day, My Life service being based there and taking on space that is currently used by Melville Theatre users. So have minutes been taken of all meetings between the County Council, the Town Council and the Melville Theatre? It seems that a lot of these discussions are not in the public domain or open to public scrutiny. The report seemed to make the case that this decision was more about the interests of the Melville and the community centre rather than about the merits of Tudor Street as a suitable venue. It implied that Abergavenny could end up with too many community facilities if Tudor Street were retained. Now, I'm aware that an offer has been made to the gathering, and while our preference would be for My Day, My Life to be based at Tudor Street, of course, we support their work. But I'm concerned that the offer may not be genuine. Members may have read the recent blog of the social policy expert, Professor David Abbott, which quotes the leader saying that a plan for the gathering to take on Tudor Street was wildly unrealistic. And it seems to prejudice the future of the process by saying that the council would not reopen Tudor Street, but that the council needed to be seen to support the gathering, but that it would fail and then Tudor Street could be sold. So is this still your real agenda? Is the truth that actually we're no further forward than we were 12 months ago when Councillor Thomas made that initial unilateral decision to close Tudor Street and flog it for development? I'm concerned that you've set up the gathering to fail. You don't believe there's a realistic case to take it on, and that's why you shelved the Cabinet report a few weeks ago, deferred it. Did you come up with a ruse to be seen to do the right thing, to explore the opportunities of a community future for Tudor Street, but in reality, you're still committed to flogging it for development? Councillor Chandler said earlier that consultation has been extensive, but we continue to be contacted by users and others who feel they haven't been consulted. There was also an unfortunate contrast earlier today. We've been consistently told that it isn't economical to spend tens of thousands of pounds to bring Tudor Street back into use for the benefit of the administration claims around 11 people. Yet earlier this afternoon, we were blindsided by proposals to spend £1.2 million of capital without scrutiny to support an additional 9 pupils who've been excluded from school since September. Now, of course, we believe in investing to support vulnerable children, but how can you spend £1.2 million at the drop of a hat and borrow £700,000 yet you continue to maintain that Tudor Street is unaffordable. Now, about this sudden announcement of £150,000, we can't just, it's unacceptable to have an announcement made like that willy-nilly in the chamber without proper information about where this money has come from. So where is this £150,000 coming from? Is it from the council? Is it from elsewhere? When did this news come to light? Have the Cabinet decided that they're going to make £150,000 available? Why wasn't this information shared with the committee on Friday? Why are we only being informed now? I think this is a dead cat strategy. This is about deliberately distracting members by making this announcement to divert attention from the shambolic way that this has been handled over the last year. You didn't have tens of thousands of pounds for Tudor Street, and now all of a sudden we seem to have £150,000. And if it's capital investment, it can't just be made willy-nilly by a cabinet member in a meeting. We make capital decisions here in this chamber, 46 members. That will be for us to decide if £150,000 is going to be invested in the Melville Theatre. So yet again, can we make decisions properly? I think it's absolutely heartbreaking, as Councillor Keir set out a couple of minutes ago, I think very passionately and very compellingly, about the impact that the closure of Tudor Street is having on its users. And I don't understand how Labour members can be deaf to their needs. You're supposed to be committed to protecting the vulnerable, to defending the needs of minority groups, and to put people first. I know some Labour members want Tudor Street to reopen, but it feels like Cabinet members are whipping you today to oppose it. I would urge you to vote with your conscience today and not allow bungling Cabinet members to tell you what to do and clear up their mess. You know we have a moral obligation to adults with learning disabilities to help them live a more fulfilling life. You know that this is the right thing to do, to refer this back to the Cabinet to reconsider. You don't have to follow their orders today. So please vote with us and vote not to accept their decision. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much. I'll take the opportunity to share with Council the background to the money made available to the Melville Arts Centre. This money has come from the Shared Prosperity Fund. This is an allocation from the UK government's Levelling Up programme, an allocation to Monmouthshire. The decision on those allocations of the Shared Prosperity Fund is made by a partnership board, not by a cabinet member, not by cabinet, but by a partnership board. That partnership board, of which I am a member, met on Friday at the same time as the Scrutiny Committee. That was a coincidence. The partnership board had received a proposal for funding for the Melville as a community arts centre in order to make that centre more accessible than it currently is. That proposal was appraised and supported by the partnership board. I stressed my wording there, it was quite specific. It was to make the arts facility more accessible. The Shared Prosperity Fund is not available to directly support a statutory service. Should users of My Day, My Life choose to occupy the Melville Centre, it will be accessible not specifically for their needs. It will have been made accessible for the needs of all users of the Melville Centre. The money could be made available in that way. Should any other building be specifically used for the specific My Day, My Life group, as a group for which we have a statutory responsibility, if that building was entirely used just for that group, it would not be eligible for the Shared Prosperity Fund. It seems sounding complex as I try and explain this. We're not allowed to fund specifically for a statutory group. We fund the general public in making the Melville Centre more accessible. If incidentally the My Day, My Life group were to occupy that building, they would benefit from that investment. So it hasn't been possible for me to give that explanation previously because the decision was only made last Friday. As a Cabinet member more generally, if I can just make a few comments on where I think the Cabinet is standing on this range of issues. I do not perceive this Cabinet having a predetermined view that Melville is more suitable than another building, Tudor Street or wherever, for the needs of all the groups that we, or any of the groups that we are considering. The report and the decision that we made in Cabinet was to make a building which is readily available, very readily available, the Wellbeing Centre, to make that building available so that there is a space and a time for the different groups, the different users, to shape their own future. And we're clear that if that group determines that having experienced, having used that opportunity that the Wellbeing Centre provides, if they decide they want to go to the Melville, if they decide they want to stay in the Wellbeing Centre, if they decide that they want and they have the business plan for it to occupy Tudor Street, then all we've done and all the Cabinet decision is a decision to provide those groups with the time and space to shape their own future. And we haven't predetermined the decisions that they might reach on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chairman. And first of all, may I thank members today for being present and for members who called the decision in by Cabinet. I thank you for that, which I'm sure was a most important calling that many of us have made. As we all know, the Tudor Street has had 3 callings. I think this is the third time now in this chamber we've brought it back. That shows evidence, really, and that this council is very uneasy at decisions being made by this Cabinet. And can I just ask the monitoring officer, is it right that a Cabinet member stares down a member while he's speaking? Because I find it very inappropriate that Chandler is gazing at me and looking at me, because I believe I speak through the chair, and if I wanted to down anybody, which I find it very unpleasant that he's actually staring me out. Can I just have advice off the monitoring officers?
It's obviously open to you, Councillor, to make a complaint if you feel there's been... Sorry, it's obviously open to you to make a complaint if you feel there's been a breach of the member code of conduct. It'd have to be reviewed at the time on receipt of the complaint.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Ian. It's bad to see the back of your head than the front of it. Right, may I say, Chairman, that through you, Chairman, I'm more than happy now that I will conclude in what I'm going to say. First of all, may I thank the 3,500 plus who signed the petition on Tudor Street many months ago, and the many people out there who didn't sign the petition who've been on the campaign in the Abergavenny area to support the reopening of Tudor Street and the decision made by the Cabinet to close it. And may I also remind members in here that people in Abergavenny and the surrounding areas have good memories. In 3 years' time, we will be back making decisions on who we elect to come back to this council. And I'm sure in Abergavenny, many members of this council may get a shock, because people do not forget on what goes. First of all, may I start with the first report we had from the consultants that we brought in to look at the way forward, and that was People Solutions, am I right in saying, or whatever. I remember that going to select committee and Councillor Riley, quite rightly, with others, actually pulled the whole report to pieces on the scoring because it was so unbalanced and so unbiased against Tudor Street. That was the start. Then I think many members started to find holes and were very, very dissatisfied at where we were going with the decision being made by Cabinet. The second time we came to Council was the motion offered by the Conservative group to reopen Tudor Street. We heard so much statements being made about Tudor Street that the motion was rightly, and it was rightly it was brought, because we still believe Tudor Street, as said by councillors today, can actually be reopened very quickly. The scaremongering that took place, Legionnaires, all the other bits and pieces, absolute load of rubbish. I'm sorry, but I do not take the scaremongering. They can be sorted out very quickly. I think there was a lot of scaremongering, and a lot of scaremongering has taken place in this chamber, reference to where we are with Tudor Street. I'm hearing so many different conversations over the probably last 6 months of direction where this council needs to go with Tudor Street. I visited Tudor Street with many, and I also visited Melville on Tuesday, and I visited the Gathering. And I was told by the Gathering their sole direction will be to relocate to Tudor Street. That's what they want, and they want it now. They don't want it in 6 months' time. They want it now. I looked at what provision they've been given, and I did a quick calculation there. The rooms measure 43 square metres and a toilet facility. It's quite easy to do. Just stride it out and times it. Took me about 10 seconds. Times by 2, that's about 80-something square metres. 86, I think, if you had 43 and 43, because they're both the same size rooms. In the report, it categorically states that actually what we're looking for is shared space, so actually officers can work together in the same environmental also as the Gathering or as user groups. The Melville cannot offer that. Can offer it one little bit. They did inform me that actually they've got to book the rooms. They solely are not going to be the key holders for them rooms. Has the Gathering got a future? Of course it has. The Gathering will gather. I think the experience there will come through. I think our council here has a duty and responsibility to actually work with the Gathering on the basis of the social services side. I don't think we can walk away from it. I think the head lead in social services, the team that we have, needs to sit down and decide on what they can do for Tudor Street and the Gathering and work together, collaborate with all the other organisations. I was informed that we have 80-something peoples in the north of the county who would like to use a form of building in the area, not just 9 or 10. They're there. A lot's been said this afternoon with past speakers there about reports. I'll just bring you to a conclusion on this data, which I've scrutinised this morning early on, and I went through that, and I've got to say the misleading guidance that I was given on the data that is there does not add up. And I am so annoyed now that the information being supplied to members, the information being supplied to the public is just not correct. I applaud the Cabinet member for telling us now on the £150,000 that has been awarded through Levelling Up Fund, but I still question the tool and the mechanism for for what that has been applied for. I'm not going to question that because we are public. Public may question that, but I want to know off the Cabinet member now, because he can make announcements when he feels like, what Tudor Street holds for the gathering and the outer areas and the outer public that would want to use that. And I believe that this council should allow its members to vote for Tudor Street to be reopened as quickly as possible and move it forward, because the people of Abergavenny and surrounding areas are watching and they're waiting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Fuchs, please.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Chandler said, we've moved a long way forward, and certainly the gathering, who I've been working closely with, is really pleased with the progress that's been made and the fact that they can use the Wellbeing Hub that Councillor Chandler has already mentioned and Councillor Griffiths has confirmed as well. So the gathering can use the Wellbeing Hub. MDML can also use that centre as soon as they wish. They can start to use the base there too, whilst we await the Melville being made more accessible. And in fact, the Wellbeing Centre in the heart of Abergavenny, right by the bus station, in the centre of town, would be really easy for users to access. There are also 2 rooms, at least, in there. In the main room, there's space for approximately 15 to 18 people, Jenny, the chair of the gathering, thinks, and approximately 8 in one of the other rooms. There's also a kitchen, there's also a disabled toilet. So while some opposition councillors have been carping from the sidelines and doing the easy thing, attending protests, I have been working extremely hard with the chair of the gathering and the members of the gathering, as well as with councillors Laura Wright and Councillor Strong, to ensure that they can start using the Tourism Information Building, the Wellbeing Hub, as soon as possible. It's in the centre of Abergavenny, and we want it to be up and running before Christmas. We've also had great support from Sue Nicholson of Chepstow Mencap on the gathering's business plan, and also how best to get a new facility off the ground. I went over there with Jenny, the chair of the gathering, recently, with Councillor Strong as well, Councillor Jackie Strong, and had a really good meeting where we moved forward and really got some fantastic input from Sue Nicholson, and we really thank her for her advice and support. So the sooner the gathering can make it into the building ahead of Christmas, the sooner My Day, My Life can also enjoy the fantastic activities that the gathering is going to put on in that building. This call-in process is just delaying that process. We should all be focusing on getting those who want access to that building as soon as possible access to that building. And I have permission from the chair of the gathering, Jenny, to say the following. So this is Jenny's quote. Jenny is really frustrated by this call-in. The gathering are really pleased in the interim that the tourism building is available and they can start to use it 2 days per week. Jenny has also asked me to reiterate that the committee for the gathering has management in care qualifications, working knowledge and understanding of disabled people and learning disabled people, and they've already submitted their first business plan, which we've been helping them create. This gives council officers and Gavo and others until the end of March to plan for the next stage of their development. So the gathering is working with us and trusting MCC to get on and deliver on the commitment in this paper. Therefore, instead of us all sitting here with the opposition trying to score political points, why aren't we working together to support both My Day, My Life and the gathering to get into the building that MCC has now said is available this side of Christmas? The best answer to getting activities happening as soon as possible in the north, which you've all said we need, is to allow things to progress. I believe the Tories are cynically trying to score political points and are blocking the opening of a new centre for disabled people. That's what you're doing. I think it's fair to say, I do think it's fair to say, we did mishandle this initially. I think all the campaigners have made some really good points and they've helped us move forward. But now we have moved forward considerably. I urge Council to reject this call-in and vote to accept the Cabinet position. This is where we are now. MDML, My Day, My Life, have an accessible building in the centre of town, the Wellbeing Hub, that could be opened up tomorrow. were it not for this ridiculous waste of time call-in. The Gathering also have an accessible building in the centre of town, the Wellbeing Hub, that they could be in tomorrow delivering their wonderful art activities and so on, were it not for this ridiculous waste of time call-in. We now have 3 months to work together to support the Gathering in developing and getting the funding for their business plan. Let's get on with it, stop this back and forth that is serving no one, not least those who need these activities most. People want to see us acting like grown-ups for the good of our communities. They want to see us opening this new centre as soon as possible and it being used. Let's all commit to getting both groups into the building this side of Christmas and then on to working on the business plan of the Gathering so it's the best it can be and each group has the building they need. Let's reactivate that service provision that the previous council stopped offering. Let's do the right thing, stop this political posturing, and allow the groups to start using that building that we have made available to them.
Thank you, Councillor Fuchs. Councillor Wright, please.
Thank you, Chair. When the initial decision to dispose of Tudor Street was called in January this year, I put on public record my belief that service users and carers had been disenfranchised due to lack of proper consultation ahead of that decision. I said I wasn't happy with it then, and I'm still not happy with it now. I'm not an expert in how consultation should best be carried out to be as inclusive and accessible as possible for people with learning disabilities, but I've spoken to people who know far more than me, and they believe that, despite further engagement since January, the administration still has not got this consultation process right. I know that's a feeling shared by many of the campaigners and activists, many of whom are experts by experience. In addition to concerns around consultation, I note the report of the meeting of the People Scrutiny Committee last Friday raised doubts about the use of the Melville Centre for the Arts as a future base for My Day, My Life services. I share the doubts and concerns raised regarding the Melville, and I've had conversations with campaigners from the Gathering and other activists, none of whom have told me that they want services to move to the Melville. I visited it last week with Jenny, the chair of the Gathering. She was kind enough to show me around while one of the groups she runs was on. Like her, I just don't believe that it will be suitable. It's currently recognised as not being accessible and needing building works to improve access for wheelchair users and other people with additional access needs. The Scrutiny Committee last week was told that work on the building would take 12 to 16 weeks, but when Councillor Riley asked when that work would commence, no start date was given, not even an estimate. I feel that the opportunity for My Day, My Life service users and members of the Gathering to use the old Tourist Information Centre in Abergavenny, now known as the Wellbeing Hub, is a really positive development. Like the Tudor Street Centre, it's in my ward. I know its location well. I think it's got a lot going for it. Of course, I am aware of a range of opinions about the best location for the immediate and longer-term base for My Day, My Life services. Some people do favour moving services back into Tudor Street. Others seem more positive about a longer-term potential for the Wellbeing Centre. Either way, my frustration with this call-in is that it has the potential to delay services opening in the Wellbeing Hub. And like, goodness knows people have been waiting for a base for these services for more than long enough already. I met with members of the Gathering inside the Wellbeing Hub last week alongside Councillor Jackie Strong. And I think that we collectively saw a lot of potential for that site. And so, I really do object to Councillor John's suggestion that the Gathering is being set up to fail, because I know, you might laugh, but I know how much work Councillor Fuchs has put into this. I know that I support them. Councillor Jackie Strong supports them under the Stoke. It's offensive rubbish, Councillor John, it really is. So I know, they're keen to get into the Wellbeing Centre as soon as possible, work alongside the Council's My Day, My Life provision to create and offer something like really special there that reaches out to include as wide a group of people as possible. I've sought some assurances that My Day, My Life users and the Gathering will be allowed to stay in the Wellbeing Centre for as long as they need and want, and I welcome those comments from Councillor Griffiths that address that. I'd like to thank the campaigners for the time that they have given me discussing this situation at length, perhaps ad nauseum, many times. I understand their frustrations and I share their disappointments. I have thought long and hard about this, and I am reluctantly, and believe you me, it is extraordinarily reluctantly, but I do make up my own mind. I will support this Cabinet decision only because it will get the gathering into the Wellbeing Centre as soon as possible. I would like to see that and My Day, My Life services in the centre, in the Wellbeing Centre before Christmas. And I think that with the right support, they could be in there, providing the sorts of activities and services that people are crying out for. I want to be crystal clear, this does not mean that I have accepted an inevitable permanent closure of Tudor Street, nor will I ever be willing to see service users moved into the Melville against their express wishes if they find their temporary base at the Wellbeing Centre better suited to their needs and preferences.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jackie Strong, please.
I'm not sure how I'm going to follow that, really, but I will try, okay? I want to take us back, possibly about 50 years. I mean, for some of us, you know, that is in our lifetimes. Some of us, probably it's a bit harder to think that, really. I'm thinking back to parents that have had children with a learning disability living in Caldicot and Chepstow. They came together, they saw that this was 10 years before the All Wales strategy. They were guinea pigs for the All Wales strategy. They pushed, they demanded, they wanted better services and better support for their young people and children growing up and getting to adulthood and beyond. We recently celebrated with Chepstow MenCap, and lots of us went down and met Julie Morgan to their question and answer session. We celebrated 50 years of Chepstow MenCap. And then I bring us back to today, the gathering. You know, we looked around at that, the protesters, and we saw a group of people that came together. They saw that there was a gap in provision. They've come together, and we must do all we can to support them in their endeavours. Just like the families of people in Chepstow and Caldicot 50 years ago, the gathering has got potential to make something really, really great in the north of the county. We've seen, I've met Jenny on several occasions, met her with Sue from Chepstow MenCap. They've got the potential to bring something together to the table. We should be supporting them. I too had I've still got reservations about the Melville, but I have been reassured by Councillor Chandler and Councillor Griffiths that until things are sorted at the Melville, those two groups, the gathering and My Day, My Life, will have access to the wellbeing hub in the middle of Abergavenny, and I'm trusting their word on that, because if they don't deliver on that, they'll have us, you know, nipping at their heels. The other side of it, and I do have kind of sharp talons, so there we are. Anyway, the other side of that is that it's great to hear that that there's going to be investment in the Melville to make it an accessible art space. But as a council, we should be aiming for a change in place in all the major towns in Monmouthshire. That includes Caldicot, because at the moment we are very, very much lacking in that area. If we do that, then we not only serve the people with a learning disability, service users of My Day, My Life, but the whole population. We've got an ageing population. For residents and visitors alike to Monmouthshire, we could give them a better offer. So I'm going to just sum up by saying I too had a message from Jenny that I read out at the scrutiny last week, expressing her extreme frustration and disappointment that yet again things have been called in, that we're wasting time when they could be in that building offering their services. She stated to me that she would welcome service users and staff from My Day, My Life to come together and make something worthwhile in that building. So thank you, and I really do support this report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. Councillor Garrett, please.
So Councillor Howarth took us forward in his time machine to May 2027, but I'm going to take you back to May 2022. At that point, most of us weren't here, we weren't elected, but Tudor Street was there, Overmoney Family Centre were there, and they weren't reopened after COVID restrictions were lifted. So we have the former leader here, we have the former cabinet member for social care in this room. I'd like to know what was their plan in May 2022 with Tudor Street and Overmanor. What were they going to do? We haven't heard that from them, and I think that's a relevant question to ask. The Overmanor Family Centre was maintained. The lead flashing was stolen by criminals, but it was replaced. It was heated. I had a local resident tell me he often heard the heating go on at night. You know, it was heated for 3 years during COVID, and it was left empty. This council is about to bring back these centres into use for the users of those services. Where was the plan in May 2022 by the previous administration to do this? We don't know what they were planning. They haven't told us. Okay, we're here now. I support this decision. We need to press ahead. The users need their base to be open. Let's just get on and get this decision made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say at no point have the Conservative group been political about Tudor Street. It's disingenuous and misleading to say so. There are other independent members who have valid and proper concerns about this decision, and it's disgraceful to try and muddy the waters. And why have this administration been so determined to close Tudor Street? At no point has space been given to work at Tudor Street being a centre for different groups, not least and most importantly, My Day, My Life. If this had been the case, eligibility for the funding by the board using the UK Levelling Fund would have been assured. Unlike Labour councillors, I don't trust this process in the least. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Grocott, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to speak as a Abergavenny councillor for a couple of moments, because clearly much of the disagreements and arguments around the premises for My Day, My Life have focused around facilities in Abergavenny. I've also seen the local campaigning that has gone on in Abergavenny, and it was quite moving to listen to Councillor Wright a few moments ago, because obviously her ward covers the Tudor Street Centre, and to feel the tension that she has inevitably felt working with all groups in our community. And I speak with considerable sadness this evening, because this issue just keeps coming back and back and back. And we have heard from people who are actually taking positive steps to get My Day, My Life up and running again in Abergavenny. That we have been working with the community, with that group, The Gathering, who have generated tremendous strength and energy and vision. And it's part of our democratic system that we work with groups like that and listen to groups like that. And I hope that the assurance that you heard from Councillor Griffiths, from Councillor Fuchs, shows that this administration has done exactly that. So we are now in a position where we have been working with people with considerable expertise in our community, alongside our own officers with their expertise, and our own elected members, representing to the best of our ability the opportunities to provide for a group in our community who we want to empower and enable them to fulfill their potential as members of our community. What is holding that back is the opposition constantly bringing it back through calling. The users want to go ahead. The Gathering want to go ahead. The majority in this administration want to go ahead. We are thwarted at meeting after meeting of this county council by the opposition bringing party points. It is playing games. I would point my colleagues sitting on my right and politically far to my right I would remind them of the words of their then party chairman at their party political conference when Theresa May said that you are seen as the nasty party. Chair, I fear that's what we're seeing this afternoon, and I think we now need to go ahead and get this facility open. No more calling. Let's get democratic here. Let's get this service up and running.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps it's timely to remind Councillor Grocott that the call-in process is an absolutely vital part of our democratic mandate here. It's part of our constitution. It's set down so that we can, and of course, you know, the chair of a committee or 3 members who are non-executive members can call in any decision that's made. And that includes, you know, members of the administration. Maybe they don't know it, but they can. Perhaps they should familiarise themselves with it. If they're so unhappy with some of the decisions that have been taken by the administration, then they certainly haven't done anything about them. Anyway, I would have to say to Councillor Fuchs that she's rather late to the party, as are some other members, because I have to say, if we hadn't called it in last November, I wonder whether anyone would have been so concerned about the needs and worries of people with learning disabilities. It seems not. No one was keen to call it in. No one was keen to challenge it then when that first appeared. In fact, it may have disappeared into anonymity if we hadn't done that. That is why the call-in mechanism is extremely important. I fully understand those that are part of the gathering's frustrations at wanting to get their proposals off the ground. And I frankly don't see that there's any reason why they couldn't move into, for example, the Tourist Information Centre and get on with that. What we are contesting here, to be clear, is that the evidence trail does not lead us to the Melville Theatre as the obvious or cost-effective choice. Now that we've had introduced members, a further factor, which is the funding, which has wonderfully and miraculously appeared for the Melville Theatre last Friday, whilst we were debating this at the People's Scrutiny call-in, then perhaps, is it not? I don't know if this occurred to anyone else, but it occurred to me, obviously, without knowing about it. I couldn't really prepare anything. Presumably, it was the council that made the application for that shared prosperity funding. I don't know, and I'm sure that perhaps Councillor Chandler or Councillor Griffiths could enlighten us. And therefore, what I was thinking was, on the basis that the gathering have been working with, obviously, elected members who've been working tirelessly for months with the gathering, their proposal is obviously to open Tudor Street as a community-based service. We have all suggested that it's also the right place for My Day, My Life services. So from that point of view, could it not then have been that this shared prosperity funding, which obviously is exceptionally welcome, because it would no longer be a statutory service. That's not what the gathering are trying to do in Tudor Street. They are trying to establish a community-based service which caters, and they wanted to cater for My Day, My Life, but also, as a number of members have said, for other people who also have a wish, learning disabilities, brain injuries, other reasons why they want to meet with a community of people who maybe share the same issues and concerns, maybe their carers do too, but also that there could be also facilities and services that attract people who don't necessarily have learning disabilities or other issues, but that actually are part of the wider community. So that, and my understanding is Tudor Street was always part of a wider community. That's a question I would like to put to the Cabinet, because whilst I'm sure that's welcome, and I'm sure that Melville Theatre is great as a community arts centre, but the two are not mutually exclusive, and therefore I don't understand why that option hasn't been considered. Another, perhaps, example of why we don't see proper options appraisals. We don't see this going on. And that's the problem. So to begin at the beginning then, we called this in last November to remind everybody because there was no consultation, there was no engagement, and we weren't happy with the decision. We have called it in on several occasions because that has still remained the case. And unfortunately, no one wants to. You know, it's a great deal of time and effort to go to call something in. It's not done for the benefit of one's own health. I can guarantee you of that. Therefore, if you do it, you do it with a good reason and with a rationale that you believe things could be better. Let's be clear, though, that all along, Tudor Street has been the preferred base. So for the gathering, it still is the preferred base. And what I don't understand is that's been the case. We've been clear about that since January, February this year. Councillor Howarth and I visited Tudor Street in, I can't remember the date, but it was either late January or early February. And we were told by staff members at the time that it was likely that the Practice Solutions Review would call for a dedicated My Day, My Life base. So that was already kind of a known, but we were told, no, we're going to wait for the outcome of the Practice Solutions Review before we move forward. So that was months and months later. So I do appreciate that people have been waiting to move forward, but can I say that that is not because of a 2 or 3 week delay for a call-in. That's because no one was doing all this very hard work in February. That could have been being done from then. The gathering proposal was on the table from then, but it's not been progressed to date. So I think that's disingenuous to say that, you know, this is, you know, to delay things. I appreciate their frustration, but I think in this chamber, we know that actually, we know the facts about what's happened. So let's be clear, we didn't want to progress it despite the fact that the users of My Day, My Life, people who had used Tudor Street were calling for us to review the decision on Tudor Street and to get that open as a base. Then we hear, for example, at the call-in last week and in the Cabinet report, that there was no consensus from those service users who were engaged, no consensus about what the future base location should be. Well, I have to say, and from recollection, I think the Cabinet member confirmed that position during the meeting. I have to say, having looked at the redacted user responses, I would conclude that there is a very clear preference, and that preference is for Tudor Street. The Tudor Street and the Melville, as set out in the report, very clearly could meet future requirements for the My Day, My Life service. That's what it says in the report. But it says then, the development of Tudor Street could have a detrimental effect on nearby community spaces in respect of room hire. Where's the evidence for this? Equally, what I don't understand then is if, for example, the success of the Melville is predicated on hiring out rooms, why then would you want to dedicate 2 of your rooms to, or 1 at least, and then potentially 2 or more, to a statutory My Day, My Life service? Because you can't hire out the rooms then, clearly, because it's being used. So I don't understand that. That's another thing that doesn't stack up for me. Also, it's clear that Monmouthshire County Council and also Abergavenny Town Council are involved with the Melville Theatre, it would appear. And therefore, I don't understand, for example, if that's a factor in it being in play as, for example, as the My Day, My Life base. I really don't understand why, by working in partnership with the gathering from the outset, working with the My Day, My Life service, we couldn't have developed a proposal by now for Tudor Street to be that community resource base. And therefore, we perhaps couldn't have looked at whether shared prosperity funding or other sources of funding weren't available to develop a partnership programme. Melville, so I was going to say, I was reading through some of the, so the vision for the future of My Day, My Life bases, and I'm not going to read them all, but just a couple. The bases will support...
Councillor Taylor, I'd remind you, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you. Will support people who use the service and the workforce so that it'll need to fulfil a variety of functions. There will be a safe, dedicated space that is decorated and dedicated, open evenings and weekends potentially. Having read all of the information, I cannot see how the Melville Theatre could possibly fulfil that. However, what is clear is that Tudor Street could. Therefore, the evidence does not still, from my point of view, meet with the outcome that the Cabinet is proposing. And therefore, that's why we wanted them to reconsider it on the basis of all those factors, because there are still too many unknowns. And we've heard for a long time what people want. And so on the basis of the evidence, on the basis of what people who use the service want, I still don't understand why we appear to be ignoring that.
Councillor Taylor, can I get you to sum up, please? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Sandals.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say to everyone here and online who are listening that voting against the Cabinet decision is voting against the hard work of all the volunteers in the community who want to create an inclusive centre for vulnerable adults in Abergavenny. We have seen with Mencap Chepstow and so many other examples across the country that community-run services supported by councils offer some of the most creative, responsive and nurturing support for vulnerable members of our community. The Cabinet decision provides a suitable base for My Day, My Life, where it can develop and flourish, as well as facilitating community efforts to reopen Tudor Street for a much wider group of adults with different needs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Pardon me, sorry. I'm getting a croak in my voice. I blame Councillor John, it's infectious. Speaking of Councillor John, I might start on with, actually no, I won't. Just Councillor Taylor just sort of gave us a lecture on the Constitution about the call-in process, and of course we all know that the call-in process is a legitimate option within the council. Just because it is in our constitution, that doesn't mean to say that we need to use it at every single opportunity. But in terms of Councillor John would make a great play about the about Labour members being whipped and stuff like that. I also happen to know that members of the Conservative group, if they weren't whipped, would be happy to vote with the Cabinet decision. So can Councillor John confirm that there is no whip, that the Conservative group has not applied a whip to this? So you have applied a whip. That is a whip. Just because it's a vote of the group to create a whip doesn't mean to say it's not a whip. So I think you just need to be a little bit consistent there in that. So, but I just wanted to clear those two things up because I think there's a big play made of that. I think Councillor John talked about whip maybe 4 times in his thing. Anyway, just so though to sum up and get back to the proposal, as we've already heard, the funding that has been achieved for the Melville Centre is Shared Prosperity Fund, which would not have been available if it had been applied for Tudor Street. But similar also the call for, why not for DIY SOS? Absolutely, I think DIY SOS would be a great call for sprucing up and making Tudor Street ready. But again, DIY SOS are not going to do that for a council building, but they will do it for a community space, and that is one of the ideas that the Gathering have for how they might be able to mobilise the community to make Tudor Street into to improve it and to make it better. So I think I'd quite agree, but again, it's about how we see the distinction between what is a council-run service for where we've got statutory responsibilities for people with particular high levels of need, as opposed to a broader community-based provision for people to bring them together. And I think that's a really important distinction that we've constantly tried to make here. Regarding the costs, though, going beyond the funding, we again talk about the costs. The £23,000 that keeps getting quoted for Tudor Street, we put in that was in the options appraisal. again, we emphasise time and time again, that is just purely the utility bill cost of moving into Tudor Street. Of course, running a standalone building has a whole load of other costs on top of that. But we didn't want to extrapolate out that when we're making that comparison. We're just talking about the utilities costs. And of course, there is a huge difference between putting My Day, My Life into a building like Tudor Street, where we'd have to take responsibility for the entire building and its maintenance, as opposed to renting a space in the Melville Centre as a community building, where we're just renting a space and we don't have responsibility for the fabric of the building. So there is a huge difference there. So I think some of those comments that people have been making, and frankly, if I was an Abergavenny resident, I would be really disappointed with some of the comments that are being made about one of the primary arts centres in Abergavenny and how you're denigrating that constantly about as a building. It is a great building. It's got a great team of people working on it. They've got huge ambition for where they want to take it. And they're getting, they're accessing funding in order to look at the fabric of the building and where they can develop it further. And the funding that's been secured for improving accessibility is part of that vision, and I think that should be applauded rather than denigrated by councillors opposite.
Councillor Chandler, you've got 1 minute. Okay.
Fine. So I just want to sum up again. This is not, though, there's a lot of talk from money across the chamber, but at the end of the day, this is not actually a financially driven decision primarily. It's about what's best for My Day, My Life. And I know that many of the users are familiar with Tudor Street and would welcome going back there, but there are also some others that are familiar with other areas, and some actually just are more focused on what is the service able to provide. We are forward-looking. We're talking about a base. The Practice Solutions report recommended a base for the service, not to reopen a day centre. Day centres, Learning Disability Wales, others, MENCAP, are not looking at a day centre provision.
Councillor Chandler.
Don't go back to that. We're looking at a base, a mixture of building-based services as well as community activity. That's what this provides. With this proposal is the best option for My Day, My Life, for it to develop in the future,
time,
not just where it
Councillor
is
Chandler.
now. So I commend this report. Thank you.
Councillor Chandler. Sorry.
Chair, can I raise a point of order, please? Under point 27.27.4 of the Constitution, we'd like a recorded vote, please.
We need 9 to agree to that vote? Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, to remind councillors, what the recommendations are is to accept the Cabinet decision or to refer the decision to Cabinet for reconsideration with reasons. Thank you. So we'll take the vote now.
Councillor Bond.
Accept the Cabinet decision.
Thank you. Councillor Brocklesby.
Accept the council decision.
Councillor Bromfield.
Refer it back to Cabinet, please.
Councillor Brown.
Refer back to Cabinet, as Melville should be off the table. Thank you.
Councillor Bryn.
Refer.
Councillor Buckler.
Refer back to the Cabinet.
Councillor Birch.
Approve the Cabinet decision.
Councillor Butler.
Refer back to Cabinet. The Melville is a Grade 2 listed building and should be off the table.
Councillor.
Chair, could I just interject, please? We're just voting here. We're not making statements, are we, about why we're voting?
Sorry, Councillor Bond, there are reasons as well, so they're given reasons. So I'm going to allow that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Callard.
To agree with the Cabinet member decision.
Councillor Chandler.
To accept the Cabinet decision.
Councillor Crook.
Accept.
Councillor Davis.
Refer.
Councillor Dimmock.
Refer.
Councillor Eason.
Accept.
Councillor Edwards.
Refer back to Cabinet.
Councillor Fuchs.
Accept, so we can move on swiftly and get the groups in Abergavenny up and running.
Councillor Garrett.
Accept.
Councillor Garrick.
Accept. It's essential that the groups can actually proceed and people stop playing political football with people's well-needed services.
Councillor Griffiths.
Accept.
Councillor Grocott.
Accept.
Councillor Howarth. Councillor Howells.
Accept.
Councillor John.
Refer.
Councillor David Jones.
Refer back to Cabinet.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Refer back to Cabinet in light of today's news.
Councillor Keir.
Refer back to Cabinet based on what I said earlier.
Councillor Lane. Councillor Lucas.
Refer back to Cabinet due to the cost it will be for Melville.
Councillor Maybe.
Accept.
Councillor McConnell.
Accept.
Councillor McKenna.
Refer back to Cabinet.
Councillor Murphy.
Refer.
Councillor Neal.
Refer.
Councillor Pavia.
Refer.
Councillor Powell.
Refer.
Councillor Riley.
Accept. And can I say I'm delighted to hear that we will have a service up and running as quickly as has been as stated today. Thank you.
Councillor Rook.
Accept.
Councillor Sandals.
Accept.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
Accept.
Councillor Peter Strong.
Accept.
Councillor Taylor.
Refer.
Councillor Thomas.
Accept.
Councillor Watts.
Accept.
Councillor Webb.
Refer.
Councillor Wright.
Accept within the conditions as outlined already.
That's been carried with 23 votes to accept and 22 votes to refer. Thank you. We will take a short break. Can we come back here for 25 past, please?
In fact, we could, if she starts making a 2-hour follow-up question, we could remind her.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll move back to the agenda. And item 9 on the agenda, the motions submitted by Councillor Paul Pavia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to propose this motion to Council today, and I'd like to thank Councillor Rachel Buckler for agreeing to second the motion. If she wants to formally do that.
Yes, I'd like to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Before I set out the background and rationale of the motion, I would like to thank one of my ward residents, Mrs. Sheila Davis, a long-standing campaigner and advocate for Prostate Cancer UK, for raising awareness of this matter with me and for crafting the wording of the motion. Colleagues, I'd like to shed light on a campaign that tackles a critical issue affecting countless men and their families, not just around Wales and the UK, but around the world. It's a campaign that goes by the name of Boys Need Bins, and it's been led by Prostate Cancer UK. And this initiative addresses an often overlooked aspect of prostate cancer and its treatment, one that profoundly impacts the lives of men who are fighting this disease. Now, prostate cancer is the most common cancer amongst men globally, with thousands of men being diagnosed every single year. And whilst advances in medical science have led to improved treatments and outcomes, there is a silent struggle that often accompanies the fight against prostate cancer, and that's incontinence. This condition, caused by the treatments used to combat the disease, can lead to a significant reduction in the quality of life for those affected. The Boys Need Bins campaign has been built on the back of 2 key reports published this year. The first was a jointly commissioned research paper between Prostate Cancer UK and the PHS Group. I'm sure many would recognise the PHS Group as a European leader in hygiene services based in our region, just on the road in Caerphilly. And that report, entitled Male Incontinence Disposed with Dignity, is research into male urinary incontinence in the UK. And several of the statistics mentioned in this motion come from that research, and I would recommend members read the report, particularly the case studies, because it's often the qualitative evidence, the human impact stories that really bring an issue to life rather than just the statistical evidence. The second report, produced by Prostate Cancer UK, entitled Lifting the Lid on Male Incontinence, which explores male incontinence and the current challenges when disposing of sanitary waste, was also published earlier this year. And again, I would encourage members to look at that report as well in detail, because in that report, it starts to build an alliance of aligned organisations and charities behind this campaign, because the issue of male incontinence is wider than prostate cancer, which I will explain in a moment. So why is this campaign highlighted so important? Well, first and foremost, it raises awareness. Now, prostate cancer and incontinence are not topics that are easy to discuss openly. They are subjects which are still very much taboo amongst many men in Wales and across the UK. And as I edge my way through my 40s, closer to 50s, it's certainly something that's on my radar, but it's certainly not a topic of conversation that I discuss with my friends. And I think, having looked at this campaign and explored this in detail, I think it will be moving forward. However, using a memorable slogan like Boys Need Bins, I think the campaign aims to start a conversation. It's looking to reduce the stigma of the issues involved and bring those issues to light in a more public way. It's also looking to help those men affected and their families realise that they are not living alone in facing this challenge. Beyond awareness, the Boys Need Bins campaign advocates the need for change. It calls for improved services and support for men living with incontinence. And the wider campaign advocates for better access to continence products, expert advice and guidance and assistance in managing this aspect of men's healthcare. These issues are for national governments, policymakers and healthcare providers to take forward, obviously with third sector providers and with us in the local government sector as frontline partners where appropriate. But I think where we can make a real difference is through our local toilet strategy. And that means making direct provision of suitable bins to dispose of sanitary waste in the toilets on our estate and where we have responsibility. Moreover, given the toilet strategy cannot be delivered in isolation, it also means demonstrating leadership by encouraging and supporting our town and community council partners, many of whom have taken on former local authority assets in terms of public toilets, and they're looking after them right across the county. But also alongside key businesses in our towns, like the bigger hospitality and some large retail, and encouraging them to join us in making the step change as well. I fully appreciate that there will be a cost attached to enacting the provisions of this motion, and I think I've worded the motion in such a way that it will give the Cabinet member time to review the toilet strategy and explore the costs involved in regard of a phased installation programme. I think if the Council agrees this motion today, there'll be no expectation to change things overnight. It's about agreeing and signing up to the principles and then starting a journey. A number of local authorities in England have already introduced the provision across their estates. I think Winchester was the first council in the UK, followed by Worthing, but there are a number of councils that are on the journey and making the changes required. Hull, Milton Keynes, Rye and Bath, and North East Somerset councils, all these councils of different political makeups are on the journey to making this provision happen. It is my understanding that if we agree to this motion today, we will be one of the first, if not the first, local authority in Wales to sign up and take positive steps to make bin provision available. We won't be the first organisation in Wales. I know early in the autumn, Transport for Wales signed up to this campaign in September, and they are currently trialling bins in a number of their railway stations, particularly the two busiest railway stations that they've got in their estate, Cardiff Central and Chester. And they're big advocates of making this work. We also have the opportunity with our other elected representatives, Secretary of State for Wales, David Davis, MP, and Senedd Cymru member, Peter Fox, MS, to lead on this and to unite an ever-growing number of organisations to say that men's health issues really do matter. As I mentioned earlier, the issues of men's incontinence go beyond just prostate cancer, and several other organisations are core signatories to this campaign, including Bladder Health UK, British Toilet Association, Colostomy UK, Men's Health Forum, the Truckers Consortium, Urostomy Association, and International Longevity Centre. They've all been core signatories to this campaign. Moreover, I know from my own personal experience as a carer to my late father, who for over half his life was affected by multiple sclerosis, how debilitating an issue like the loss of bladder function can be to a man. He was someone who was who had to self-catheterize several times a day, and when he left the house, which wasn't all that often because he was so self-conscious about this issue, he would have to carry his catheters either discreetly about his person or in my mother's handbag. Now, carrying catheters was the relatively straightforward bit. The challenge would come after using them because there was nowhere that he could discreetly dispose of them after using them. So they would often be wrapped up in a plastic bag and put in his pocket or in my mother's handbag until they could be properly disposed of, which I think in today's society is incredibly demeaning and really is totally unacceptable. It certainly profoundly affected his confidence and quality of life and limited us as a family about what we could do together in terms of how far we could go out and about. But because he was a very deeply personal man, he didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't want us as his immediate family who cared for him to talk about it either. And I understood that, and I respected that. However, if you don't talk about such issues, positive change, long-lasting change will never happen, will never take place. And I think, colleagues, we need to make this change. I think we owe it to the well-being and dignity of those affected by male incontinence, not to allow them to face this challenge alone. These are real people who live, work and visit our county, our fathers, our brothers, our friends, who need our understanding, empathy and assistance. This, I think, colleagues, is an opportunity not just for us to advocate and lobby for better services, but to actually deliver better services. So I hope this motion will allow us the opportunity to break the silence and unite in the support of this crucial campaign. Let us ensure that men receive the support they need to overcome incontinence, regain their independence and lead fulfilling lives. I think together we can make a difference and provide hope and dignity to those who need it most. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Thank you for bringing this to our attention as well. I'll throw to the floor now. So, Councillor Buckler.
Thank you, Chair. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime, which is, I'm sure we can agree, it will affect every one of us in some degree or other. We all have family members and friends who have been affected by this. It's often difficult for men to discuss or think about. However, the effects are far-reaching, and anything we can do to bring more awareness so that early detection is more likely, then we should do so. In bringing this motion, Councillor Pavia has highlighted something of great importance. It's actually surprising this hasn't been implemented before. Like all great ideas, it is incredibly simple and leaves you wondering why it hasn't been done before. Yes, of course we should have bins for boys. By having them in men's toilets, it means that it will become normal to think about prostate health. I very much hope that we can all agree that it is an excellent initiative, and I hope it will be implemented as soon as we are able to.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Sandals.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Pavia, for bringing this important topic to Council today. As a responsible Cabinet member, I fully recognise the important issue of incontinence and seeking to ensure that everyone can dispose of any sanitary waste in appropriate bins. It appears, however, that many council-owned public toilets do not even have sanitary bins in female toilets for people who menstruate or are incontinent. So this is a very timely motion. I'm going to address each point from the motion in order. I would say that provision in disabled toilets may suffice in many settings. For example, an MCC workplace with limited numbers of staff, as the sanitary bin here could satisfy all users. As you've already explained, MCC has an adopted local toilet strategy, which is debated annually by Place Scrutiny Committee. It's for discussion next on the 14th of March 2024, when this important issue can be fully discussed with proposed recommendations for adoption. Prior to that March date, I recommend current toilet facilities, both for the public and members of staff, are reviewed to determine what's currently available. Gaps in provision can be considered after the survey is undertaken, and findings can be presented to Place Scrutiny in March. Other providers of toilets may, as you alluded to, include town and community councils that own and manage half, which is 9 of the 18 of the traditional public toilet blocks across the county. MCC can contact the town and community councils to seek their support in this matter. Many private workplaces are enforced by this council's Environmental Health Division, so they can promote sanitary bin provision, especially male, through their inspection and promotion channels. We would absolutely agree to support the Boys Need Bins campaign, and we'll ensure that our social media channels signpost to this as well. The MP's office made contact with us in November about the same issue, so is cited on the national campaign, as you explained as well. I do suggest it would be helpful to write to both MP and MS after MCC have reviewed our own position and action plan to improve sanitary bin provision. It should be noted there is no legal duty to councils to provide public toilets, and it's positive to recognise the significant number, 18, that remain available to members of the public and visitors when they're out and about in our towns and villages. There is also a national toilet map as well that can be accessed for everybody on datamap.gov.wales, which is amazing to look at. And finally, as an aside, I spoke to a friend yesterday who was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 2021. He has urinary incontinence, but after surgery is cancer-free. I wanted to know his thoughts. His first advice was, if you have a prostate gland and are over 50, get a test. Look at the list of symptoms on Prostate Cancer UK, and it's on their landing page. I went and checked. And check if you have any of those symptoms. And his advice to men with urinary incontinence was, number one, not just men, by the way, get a radar key for access to the public disabled toilets. And if you're a male, get a Weisner clamp to compress the urethra. He says it was a game changer for him, obviously not available to women, but it sounds like an amazing, very simple invention. And I'll finish now. But thank you for the motion, Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. Councillor Peter Strong.
Thanks very much. You might have noted that I've sat here very quietly while Councillor Jackie Strong was still here, and suddenly, now that she's gone, I suddenly started to speak. I assure you that's purely coincidental. I thank Councillor Pavia for bringing this motion, and indeed for the sensible and realistic points that he made in moving it. I almost feel like I should declare an interest here, but I'm sure I'm not the only councillor who has had to have a brief but intimate relationship with my doctor's forefinger. Seriously, you know, I'd echo what Councillor Sandals said about, you know, if whatever age you are, if you've got anything that you suspect are the symptoms, go and get it tested. I did, and it made a big difference. I was sorted by medication, 1 tablet every day. I've not had to have surgery or so on, and hopefully, you know, it will carry on like that. I think the slogan of Prostate Cancer UK is "Don't die from embarrassment," and I think that's a really, really important slogan. Bins is a great idea, but to have bins, you need the toilets. And I think we're all very well aware that we've had a rapid decline in the number of public toilets available. COVID made that even worse, as some that closed during COVID have not opened. Again, I think there's one in Abergavenny, which is the case. Guys of my age, we get expert on the locations of all the toilets in various towns, and when they're not there, it's really restricting to people's lives. I had the distressing case of being in a town in Wiltshire where I couldn't find one, and so I had a gate crash into the local Conservative club, which you can imagine, was not a nice experience.
You couldn't have gone on a better place.
Yeah, I did crack a joke at them at the time, but they didn't appreciate it. Seriously, it is an unfortunate reality, the decline, and I think. Councillor Pavia mentioned the partnership between ourselves, town councils, and we can bring in charities and others as well. We should do what we can to arrest that decline and try to bring about an expansion of these facilities, and not just the standard ones, but as Jackie Strong mentioned, getting the change in places in near the centre of each of our towns. You know, would be a wonderful project to get involved in as a partnership of authorities and organisations. Yeah, so let's really go for that. I'd like to make one slight quibble, if I can, with the latter part of the motion. Nothing serious. It does mention contacting our local MP, but of course in Monmouthshire, until the next election, we have 2 local MPs, and also a similar situation in the Senate. I'm not going to move a formal amendment to that. That will be quibbling, but I'm sure that will be picked up in due course. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the
motion that you put forward. I'm not going to talk so much about having these bins, which is a marvellous thing. Just what I'm going to talk about is the fact that if you don't need to wait till you're 50, young men should go and get checked, even if they haven't got any symptoms. About 6 years ago, John had prostate cancer, that's my husband, and he'd read somewhere that you could have this blood test to check whether you got it or not. And he was just a little bit starting to get incontinent, so he went along, and sure enough, he got it. And within 6 months, he was having treatment down at Velindre every night for 5 weeks of radiotherapy. It cured it. It never came back. But it has left him with an enlarged prostate, which means he's got the same problem, having to go very often. But don't think it's something that just happens to old men. Young men can develop prostate cancer. Please go and get checked, whatever age you are, and even if you haven't got any symptoms, because it's there before you get any symptoms at all, and you will get cured then. But if it goes on for any length of time, it is difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Bryn.
Hi, I'd just like to thank Councillor Pavia for bringing this motion to Council today. Could I also add that if this motion gets approved today, that if we added a few extra facilities to these toilets, they would also be stoma friendly. So just by adding hooks, a shelf and a mirror, that would mean the facilities would be more accessible to a wider range of both males and females. But thank you.
Councillor Bryn, did you want to move to an amendment on that?
If that would be possible, yes, please. If Councillor Pavia doesn't mind.
Councillor Howard, to second that. Thank you.
I'm happy to accept that, Chair. Yeah, if Councillor Bryn can put forward a formal wording, just to, it doesn't have to be lengthy, but yeah, I'm more than happy to accept that.
So
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, do I add the addition of bins and other facilities within the toilets that would make them stoma friendly? Is that correct? Is that okay?
Thank you. We'll move to a vote on that. So first of all, we'll have a vote of amendment, and then we'll move to the vote on.
Chair, could I ask?
Councillor Garrett, yeah.
Should we not have the opportunity to debate the amendment prior to voting on it?
If somebody wants to.
If you would like that, Councillor Garrett, we can do.
No, I have no need to personally, but I believe that was the process.
Right. Okay, well, we'll move to the vote on the amendment. Okay. Amy will put that up now.
You can just take it, there's not a second.
Yeah? Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Jim. So we now move for the vote on the amendment. Eh? So that's been carried, yep. So that becomes a substantive amendment on the motion. So we'll now move to a vote on the amendment. On the motion. Councillor Rook, bring you in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was only going to say that the policy that has just been presented by Councillor Pavia looks at publicly accessible toilets. Maybe we could kind of expand it slightly to include the hospitality industry too. Any other where there are a lack of toilets available, publicly provided toilets, hospitality tends to pick up the slack quite regularly. So I would like to see something that asks hospitality to also look into providing these bins for their visitors too. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, are you moving another amendment?
Is it not covered in the second bullet point?
I'm not sure how to word that amendment, though, Chair. We're looking at the publicly accessible toilets that we are providing as the local authority, but I think this campaign should be widened out to include the hospitality industry. How that happens, I don't know, Chair.
I think, Chair, that Councillor Rock's point is covered by the second bullet point in the original motion.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor, are you happy with the way things are at the moment, or do you want to word an amendment?
No, I'm happy. I'm happy now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Can I just say how great it is that we can unite on this issue? Having experienced the rather manufactured controversy about the council's toilet strategy earlier in the year, I'm greatly encouraged that across the chamber we are united in realising the importance of toilets for all of our citizens of all genders and both sexes and of all ages, from those who are changing the nappies of our newest residents to those who experience difficulties in old age or in illness. And particularly those who need a changing places toilet, as we heard in the previous motion. Those who have stomas, those who use incontinence support, and absolutely everybody, because none of us know how able or disabled we may be in the future. So I'm just really heartened that we can be discussing practical solutions for all of our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Howarth.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I welcome the motion, and I welcome the amendment also to the motion, and I do support the package. What I would say, though, is that to bring this forward with the amendment, there will be cost implication in doing this if we want to do that, and I will support that. But I think it would be for the council to actually probably just set up a quick working group to look at the costings of what it would cost us to do that. The private sector, i.e. the hospitality, etc., all we can do is ask them to take our lead. That's if we take this forward in providing the things that we're talking about today in our public toilets. We can work with our town and community councils. I think it's so important. There is a bigger picture to all this, though, because I did read last night on the BBC website that actually some councils challenged for an individual who urinated in one of the lay-bys through entering onto one of the main motorways there, and he was caught. He was fined, and he appealed the fine, and under the Act, actually, he was the fine was squashed because he had issues with things which probably relate to where we are here now. But under the Act as well, it was quite clear that urinating in a public place is not covered under the section, I think it's section 80 or something like that. It's quite interesting to read. It's not a big thing, but it's really interesting to read of what's not covered and covered. But I do believe that we as a council, if we are serious about doing this, we just need to cost it out. It's not a big exercise, but I think cross-party, they should actually just go through what it's going to cost us, just a rough exercise, and then implement that, bring it back here and implement it before the budget, or include it in the budget to follow it through if we're serious about doing this. And I think we should. I think it's important that we lead on this, as Councillor Pavia says, that we could be one of the first in the nation to actually push this forward. So I think for that small amount of time, small amount of monies that be involved in implementing this, I think it'd be worthwhile doing that. But I think it'd have to be cross-party. We just can't say we're going to rubber stamp this today and we don't know how much it's all going to cost, because it could be a lot of money, but we have to endorse that. It's been said today that actually we are prudent, but we need to make sure that we do things properly, and I think that we're the proper mechanism to actually implementing this motion. But I do agree both sides of this motion, but implementing it, I think we have to just make sure that we tick the boxes and cross the T's here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor Pavia, did you want to come back in at all?
Yeah, just very briefly, Chair, just to thank everyone who's taken part in the debate. Really appreciate your comments. I think Councillor Buckler and Councillor Powell both sort of indicating that the impact of prostate cancer in terms of their own personal experiences, but there's obviously many more people living now following diagnosis and treatment of prostate cancer, which is fantastic. Hopefully, people will be adhering to the go and get tested comments that were made by Councillor Buckler Powell and Councillor Strong. You know, PSA tests. My father-in-law, my uncle, had no symptoms, but they were caught. They were luckily had their cancers caught by PSA testing. Councillor Bryn, thank you very much for your amendment. Absolutely, completely agree with that. Councillor Rook, as Councillor Griffith said, I think the issue around supporting businesses in our county, I think, has been captured. That's all we can do really, is encourage and support. Councillor Birch, completely agree with your comments. And Councillor Howarth, I think the issues in terms of the review, I think Councillor Sandals has captured that. I really welcome Councillor Sandals' response to that, and the pace at which this review is going to take place. And hopefully we can have some gaps analysis and potentially some initial costings at that place scrutiny meeting in March, which is really welcome. And I just welcome everyone's comments, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. We'll move to a vote on the amendment. Amy will put the votes up now. That's clearly carried, thank you. Move on to item 9.2. Councillor John?
Thanks, Chair. And I don't quite know how to follow that, because I think that was one of the best debates we've had since last year's election. And I feel very proud of my colleague, Councillor Pavey, for bringing that forward. I want to raise a slightly different matter. On the 14th of November, the Welsh Government launched its consultation on the future of council tax in Wales. We know that, particularly given the cost of living pressures on families in our county at the moment, this is likely to have a significant impact on their livelihood. The Welsh Government has set out 3 approaches for reform. The first is a revaluation of properties, and many of us remember the impact that the Welsh Government had the last time they undertook a revaluation back in 2003. And Monmouthshire was disproportionately stung, with many families being shoved up 1, 2, even 3 bands. Ministers have attempted to offer some reassurance that only 20% of households would see a significant rise in council tax due to a fresh revaluation. Of course, that's 20% of households across the whole of Wales, but we know that local authorities with significantly higher land values, such as Cardiff, the Vale of Glamorgan, but especially Monmouthshire, will be disproportionately affected by these changes. The second approach they set out would be a revaluation and changes to tax bands, so driving up council tax for mid-ranking and higher bands. This would also disproportionately sting residents who live in higher land value areas. The third approach would be to create 3 additional bands and to change the tax rates, so residents in higher value properties would pay even more. The IFS, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, has concluded that the third approach would increase average council tax bills in Monmouthshire by 16%. But of course, that's on top of already budgeted increases in council tax over the next 2 years, currently forecast at 3.95%. But we know that in reality, in March this year, that 3.95% turned into 5.95%. So with such rises in council tax by April 2025, we could see households in the county facing increases of almost a third on top of what they're paying currently. Page 54 of the IFS report makes clear that in Monmouthshire, under these plans, nearly 80% of households would face higher bills. Our residents are not a cash cow, and I really resent the Welsh Government treating them as such. The average house price in Monmouthshire is £363,000. Under Approach 3, this average property would be in Band F, and the average council tax bill would be creeping up towards £4,000 a year, or £3,000 a year for a single person. For someone on a fixed income, this is extortionate. Just because someone lives in a higher value area or a higher value property, this does not mean that their salary or their ability to pay is commensurate compared to someone living in a less valuable property. I'm not saying that we're opposed to reform, but given the cost of living pressures facing our residents, now is not the time to sting them with higher council tax bills, and nor are we prepared to see Monmouthshire residents disproportionately affected by these changes. Our residents already carry a much greater burden of council taxation compared to other more generously funded local authorities in Wales, some of which are sat on hundreds of millions of pounds in usable reserves as a result of an unfair and opaque funding formula that I don't feel this administration has made sufficient effort to change. But today, we're asking the Labour group and all members to work with us. I've tried to word this motion in such a way that it doesn't criticise your colleagues in the Welsh Government. I want you to support this motion because I think we could work together to send a clear message that we won't support changes that will disproportionately harm our residents. In the Conservative group, we would be very happy to work with colleagues across the chamber to encourage residents to respond to the consultation in a constructive way, but making the point that any changes should be fair and not anti-aspirational. So in my motion, points 1 and 2 are purely factual, and point 3 requests that the leader engages in this process by writing to the Minister for Local Government and Finance to share our objections to any proposals which disproportionately affect Monmouthshire. So I think this is a reasonable ask, and I hope that members across the chamber will support it. Thank you.
Seconder for that? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and it's a great pleasure to second Councillor John's motion this evening. And I'm pleased to see Councillor John also winning his battle with his cold as proceedings go on this evening. In contributing to this debate this evening, councillors, I intervene not to engage in some seasonal political knockabout, but to raise some legitimate concerns on behalf of the residents of Monmouthshire, who, as we've heard this evening from Councillor John, face crippling hikes to their council tax bills from this council tax reform agenda. And in contributing to the debate, I do so in the hope, as expressed by Councillor John, that we as Conservatives, Labour and indeed independent members alike can unite this evening, as we did on the previous motion, to send a very powerful message to the Welsh Government that these proposals are ill thought through and should be scrapped and unthought about again altogether. Now, Councillor John quoted the IFS studies in his opening remarks, a model incidentally commissioned by the Welsh Government itself. And that modelling, as Councillor John alluded to, confirms that Monmouthshire is set to bear the brunt of these council tax hikes. In a best-case scenario, we may, just may, get away with a 3.3% hike, on top of the 3.95% that's already modelled for next year, and the 5.95% hike already implemented for this financial year. But the modest package of reforms would cause an average council tax bill to rocket by 13.5%. But most troubling of all, councillors, are the potential impacts from even wider-ranging reforms, with a 12-band system potentially rocketing council tax bills by 30%. That's 30% for some of Monmouthshire's hard-pressed taxpayers. Now, the Welsh Government have sought to justify these reforms on the grounds that the majority of households across Wales will see a cut to their council tax bills. But be in no doubt, there are few winners in Monmouthshire from these reforms. To the contrary, 71% of Monmouthshire households, according to the IFS modelling, could experience an increase to their council tax bills, with non-band A to D properties, which account for roughly 55% of all housing in Monmouthshire, disproportionately hit by these reforms. Now let's translate some of these models into some headline and some digestible numbers, both for councillor benefits but also for the benefits of the public watching proceedings. The proposed 12-band system could see average bills jump by £319, the largest increase of any local authority in Wales, jumping to £559 per household with the more expansive 12-band proportional system. And no corner of Monmouthshire is immune from these council tax reforms. In Monmouth Town, it's a shame that Councillor Fuchs is not here to listen to this, but in Monmouth Town, which also for the purposes of the valuation officer's figures also includes, I understand, Councillor Bryn's ward as well, close to 50% of all households are non-band A to D. And these are often modest family homes, often with caring or child-caring responsibilities, who will suffer the greatest financial hardship from this agenda of council tax reform. In your own ward, Chair, if I may say so, in Usk, some 67% of all properties in the town are non-band A to D. I hope you'll forgive me for posing an entirely rhetorical question, but do we really think that clobbering the residents of Usk, 2/3 of whom could see a hike to their council tax, is in any way, shape or form fair? I'll leave the Chair and fellow members to reflect on that one. But beyond our market towns, in our rural wards, the impacts are particularly acute, with the IFS again modelling that some rural dwellings in Monmouthshire could experience average hikes in excess of £1,000. In communities such as Skenfrith, Whitecastle, which sit in Councillor Chandler's ward, almost 90% of the properties are in the top 4 bands. Just imagine the financial hardship on those families. By any definition, these are small, traditional Welsh family farms who aren't cash rich and yet will bear the brunt and the financial hardship proposed by these reforms. Now, it's a matter of record that this county has been historically underfunded, and it's a source of great disappointment that this consultation has ducked the big question, namely how to address fairness in the local government funding model. Indeed, the IFS modelling, which we've alluded to today, further estimates that the revenue support grant for Monmouthshire would need to be adjusted in light of the proposed council tax changes. And under the most expansive reforms, Monmouthshire could lose 12.5 million of its RSG. Meanwhile, neighbouring authorities will both benefit and enjoy considerable cuts to their council tax. They will continue to receive a generous RSG settlement, allowing those local authorities to build ever-expansive and generous reserves. I can only imagine what my fellow ward member, the Cabinet Member for Resources, makes of all of this as he grapples with the unenviable task of setting a balanced budget and protecting already stretched frontline public services. So, Chair, we know from previous exchanges that some in this chamber advocate from a deeply held and sincerely held position, though a deeply flawed one, if I may say so, that we should somehow tax until the pips squeak. But I'm also convinced that there are many honourable members and councillors in this chamber across both aisles who are deeply alarmed by what's being proposed as part of this council tax reform agenda, and who fear the real financial hardship and anguish that could be unleashed on our residents. So in echoing Councillor John's plea, the plea is a very simple one this evening, for us to set aside any differences, to set aside partisan politics, and to convey in the strongest possible terms that this authority and its residents oppose this council tax bombshell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair. Monmouthshire will be affected by proposed re-evaluation and additional council tax bans more than any other county in Wales. If implemented, it will unfairly affect our residents. A lot of older people with very limited incomes, such as farming families, live in houses with a higher value. A small farmhouse or cottage in Monmouthshire will have a ridiculously high value. A good view doesn't make for a good income. People living in a rural situation are in danger of being penalised, and we should be encouraging people to stay in the rural areas of Monmouthshire. They are the heart of our county. There is real concern that people will be in the dreadful position that they will be forced to leave the homes they live in. It is not just, nor is it right. As it is often mentioned, there is an ageing population in Monmouthshire, and with that comes the reality of reduced incomes. The proposed options 2 and 3 particularly penalise our residents in Monmouthshire. I fully support Councillor John's motion to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Callard, please.
Thank you, Chair. You didn't have to wait long, Councillor Davis. Thanks for bringing this motion, Councillor John. It's an issue I know that's on many people's minds at the moment. Taxes are generally at historic highs at the moment across the board. So obviously, this consultation into the new council tax system could come as a shock to some people. There is a consultation open at the moment. This council will be formally responding to that consultation before the deadline on February the 6th. And I'll reassure the council and the residents that I will always advocate for the fairest. I will always advocate for the fairest outcome for our residents. I think we can all agree that nobody should be disproportionately impacted by council tax changes. And I believe that council tax should be both progressive and proportionate. Although I would struggle, Councillor Davis talked about those at the highest end of the proposed new bans, who would be hard pressed. I would struggle to say if your property is worth £1.6 million or above that you would be hard pressed, which is where the proposed threshold, the new top threshold, will be. But that said, I'm happy to support this motion. In fact, I think it's to the Welsh Government's credit that they are proceeding with a revaluation in order that council tax continues to reflect the up-to-date values of properties. You'll be aware that in England, the last revaluation was done in the early 1990s, and so there you have quite an odd system where changes in property values around the country for the past 30 years have caused council tax to be less fair there than it would be if valuations were kept up to date. And I hope that a letter from the leader to the Welsh Government will add further weight to our consultation response. And thank you for bringing the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We heard a lot from Councillor Davies, who went through the consultation quite well. This consultation on a fairer council tax has been in two phases. In the first phase, the summary of the results showed that about 1,000 people responded to the consultation, just over 1,000, and 55% of those disagreed with the proposal going forward. And yet, that consultation response was ignored, and now we're on to phase two. The Institute of Fiscal Studies have looked at this, and the consultation puts forward the idea that the council tax is only 3.5 times the lowest band, but 9.5 times the highest band in property value. It incorrectly assumes that those in the highest band have 9.5 times the income. They are already paying 3.5 times the amount for the council services that they receive. Now, if the council tax goes up, and on the proposal, which is to do with the expanded reform, it'll mean that our revenue support grant will change. So, as correctly stated by Councillor Davies, it means that Monmouthshire will receive 12.5 million less, and Rhondda would receive 9.4 million more. Now, in terms of the revenue support grant, we have traditionally received a lot less than other councils, and Rhondda, for example, has already built up high reserves due to favourable revenue support grant settlements from Welsh Government, but Monmouthshire only has 5 million in reserves. Monmouthshire residents already pay about 40% of the council costs, compared to the average of 20% for other local authorities in Wales, due to receiving much lower revenue support grant from the Welsh Government. It would mean that the residents would pay more council tax, but the council would not have any more resources due to the proposed corresponding cut in the revenue support grant. The idea that living in a particular property means that you've got more income is not necessarily the case, because many residents bought their properties whilst they were working and then have reduced incomes now due to retirement. So they actually have a lot less, so they don't have the income to provide this additional monies. All people are suffering, in a sense, from the cost of living, and this change will disproportionately affect Monmouthshire residents and those in rural areas such as the Vale of Glamorgan. I would suggest that the consultation, instead of being on a fairer council tax, it should have been, first of all, on a fairer revenue support grant. In terms of providing that the resources that we need for our Monmouthshire residents. In a rural area, it is actually more expensive to collect bins and so forth, because of the fact that the locations are spread out, and a lot of services in rural areas actually cost more. So from that point of view, I think the Institute of Fiscal Studies has ignored and not commented at all about the council reserves and how the revenue support grant has already acted in an unfair way, particularly for Monmouthshire. So I would hope that the leader would also possibly add a point about the revenue support grant. And when we talk about the 1,000 people just over who responded to this consultation, there has also been a petition that was launched during the first phase of this consultation by David Davies MP, which has received nearly 3,500 signatures, and the closing date for adding to the signatures was April 2023. This is still being considered by the Petitions Committee with absolutely no answer whatsoever. So drawing all those things to a conclusion, it means that our residents, and in response to the first phase of the consultation, nearly 4,000 people have said no to a change in the proposal for this fairer council tax, so-called fairer council tax, and about 500 have said yes. So why on earth has it been going ahead? So I hope those points can be considered by the leader in terms of the response to the motion which asks to write to the appropriate minister in the Welsh Government about it. And I hope that we will all have a copy of that letter so that we know exactly what it says. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Callard, you've got a name down here, but you've already spoken.
I just wanted to respond to a point very briefly. One sentence.
I don't think I can allow that. Sure.
Sorry, you've already spoken a motion. You can only speak to a point of order or a point of personal explanation.
Sorry. No. Councillor John, would you like to sum up on that?
Yeah, thank you. I get fed up with all the people chipping in willy-nilly as if we don't have a clear constitution of rules that we should all abide by. Can I thank members for their contributions who've really helped illuminate the discussion and demonstrate the impact that these proposals would have on hard-pressed families in our county. Grateful for the response of Councillor Callard, who's indicated that we're likely to get the support of the administration, so I'm grateful for that. I do think it's important that we send a clear message to the Welsh Government that their proposals would harm families in our county, and we are not going to stand for that. I think Councillor Callard is absolutely right that this would come as a real shock to people, and I agree with him that no one should be disproportionately impacted. Pleased to hear that the council will be submitting a response to the consultation, but obviously if it is a response from the council, I think it's important that that should reflect that all four groups on the council should have some input into that. Otherwise, it's a response from the administration. So perhaps that can be discussed at a group leaders meeting. I do take issue with Councillor Callard's point about people in properties valued over 1.6 million. That's in what could be banned, the highest band under the revised system, that they would be disproportionately affected. This isn't about people who live in properties valued over £1 million. This is about ordinary working families living in a 3-bed semi-detached house in Monmouthshire that could be in a band E and could be pushed up multiple bands, forcing people on limited incomes to pay much more than they can afford. I thought Councillor Brown's point was absolutely right about we should be focusing on reform of the revenue support grant and addressing the unfairness in the way that local government funding is distributed. But can I thank everyone for their contributions and for their support? Thank you very much.
Amy will just now put the vote function up in the on the chat. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. We move on to item 10, more members' questions. So 10.1, Councillor Brown to Councillor Paul Griffiths.
Yes, following on from the motion approved by Council on High Beach Roundabout on the 23rd of June 2022, please can you update Council on progress being made to improve High Beach Roundabout congestion problems? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brown. You've promised to ask this question, and I respect the fact that you will keep asking it. As I previously reported to the Council, the leader and myself met the Deputy Minister for Transport of Welsh Government on the 7th of June. We made the case for further consideration, a further study of the needs of the High Beach Roundabout. His response was to commission a review of all aspects of transport in Chepstow. The wheels turn slowly in government, and I can report that the first meeting of that review group will be next week on the 12th of December. So officers of the Council, officers, civil servants from Welsh Government are meeting together. I've invited myself to that meeting, and I will report progress to the Council at the next time you ask the question, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Brown, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do, yeah. I'm not sure if this review meeting is the same meeting, but I understand that there have been workshop meetings involving officers across the county, Monmouthshire and Gloucestershire. And I note that on these workshops that Transition Chepstow are involved in the workshop meetings, but not elected county councillors in the Chepstow area who know their areas well and represent their local residents. Will the Cabinet member ensure that local authority members are invited to these meetings? I appreciate the work that Transition Chepstow does, but they are not elected to represent the local area. So I would like and I have noted, I found out about this from the Chepstow air quality meetings that we have with the Highways Welsh Government representative. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Brown. I am equally unaware of such meetings and will ensure that I get a full understanding of the nature of those meetings and who's been invited and who hasn't. And again, I'll write to you with whatever I find in response to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, you have a second question as well?
Yeah, the question is to the Cabinet member, Councillor Catherine Maybe. What consideration has the Cabinet member given to extending the consultation period for the local transport plan?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you, Chair. Yes, this has already been done. Excuse me. In response, in the first instance, I think to a town council request. We are working within timing constraints in that the local transport plan, which needs to be considered and adopted prior to the formal commencement of the integrated sustainability appraisal of the proposed RDLP, that in itself commences in March 2024. So those are the timescales we're working within. And we do need to ensure we've got adequate time to reflect on the consultation that comes back from the local transport plan and, if necessary, amend drafting. But with that in mind, we've had to find a compromise and we've extended the consultation by 3 weeks to the 5th of January. But we really weren't able to extend it beyond that. Excuse me, so town and community councils will be directly informed. I think some already have now, as well as amendments made to public information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Councillor Brown, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. I requested the Word documents on this short consultation on the 28th of November from Arup, and after 1.5 weeks of a consultation lasting less than a month, no response has been received. This consultation is technically difficult, and others complain it is difficult to even get through the front door and documents cannot be downloaded. We need a standard format for this consultation as opposed to a virtual one to make it easier for the local residents to engage with it. It is presumably meant to accompany the RLDP as lasts for 5 years, but nothing about road infrastructure improvements in it, which are badly needed in the Chepstow area. Will the Cabinet member extend this consultation to at least the end of January and provide the public with Word documentation for both the information on it, the plan and questionnaire, with links on the website, publicise it more, and have a further consultation on its more controversial aspects, such as workplace parking charges based on emissions, and reducing parking standards for new developments causing estates to be littered with cars on pavements, roads, nearby roads due to a lack of off-road parking. I'm afraid I've tried to do the consultation and I find it impossible. Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Of course.
Councillor Brown, did you ask the officers when you were unable to obtain a Word document? Or did you wait until now to mention it?
No, I've asked. The consultation itself gives you an email address, and I've sent an email to Arup, and I've had absolutely no response to that. And it says, members of the public who've got any questions or queries, email at this address, which I did do. And the consultation itself lasts less than a month, and 1.5 weeks later I still have nothing back. Thank you.
A couple of things there. One, as an elected member, you could of course have followed up with officers immediately, which would have been extremely helpful. The other thing just to note is in terms of your more detailed questions, which I think is probably a lot to go into right now, you please do respond to the consultation on that, and also to be aware that the local transport plan is a voluntary plan that we've decided to produce in order to make sure that Monmouthshire's needs and Monmouthshire's requirements are very clearly highlighted in the regional plan, which will supersede it, which will be carried out during 2024. And so we needed to do this really, really sharply and really quickly in order not to find ourselves marginalised in any way in relation to the region. And that's why we can't extend the timing any further, as well as in relation to the RDLP. So we're trying to do our best to make sure that Monmouthshire's needs are clearly represented. But please put your concerns and interests into the consultation. And please, in future, if you find yourself blocked in any way or unhappy with something on the detail of the consultation, please be helpful and speak to the officers rather than waiting until the next full council in order to raise it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Maybe. Thank you. I think that concludes the last final item on the agenda is the date of the next meeting, which is the 18th of January. I will remind councillors that there is a Christmas service, and which you're all invited to next Wednesday morning, organised by Hazel Clapworthy. If you're not there, I will take the opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas. Nadolig Llawen pawb. Thank you.
Nadolig Llawen pawb. Hwyl fawr.